Okay. I would pause if there is any question. So I'm commenting on the respiratory epithelium and also the functions of the respiratory system. Please, any question?
Hello, Doc.
Yes, Ajman.
Yeah, mine is not a question, but it's a plea. Code just started recording. And for the sake of colleagues who are not able to join, looking at the number, we are 17. I'll be very happy if we can do a summary of the first thing that you've done with the functions and then just the epithelium tract. If you can do a summary of it so that when they join, they can also have a fair share of whatever you've discussed. I'm begging you. Then we
But
continue with the questions.
but how are they recording?
Code is doing the recording. They should have started earlier, but it delayed.
Mm.
So just a summary of the function of the respiratory tract, and then whatever you've just said, a summary of it, so that when they can also pick something from there. I'm begging you, sir.
Oh, okay. So I commented on the functions of the respiratory system, and I indicated that the overall aim is to try and bring in oxygen into our body, and it also takes out carbon dioxide outside of our body. That is the primary aim of the respiratory system. Okay. So then, secondly, the respiratory system is also equipped with some mechanisms that would protect us from dehydration, and also the respiratory system acts as a first line of action, first line of defense. So it is part of the innate immunity. That's it's one of the first line of defense. So we will be in a place where the place is we will be breathing in, and the air may be dusty. If this dust should get into our system, the we can't get some as we will be sick. But the respiratory system tries, and because of the mechanism, it filters the dust, the pathogens, so that the air that will reach our the lower parts of the respiratory system will be more purified. Okay. Now, another function of the respiratory system has to do with speech. And the speech, whenever you have cold, for to get a vivid example is when you have flu or cold, and you notice that the speech the sound that you'll be producing, people will notice that it is altered. And this is an indication how the respiratory system can affect speech. Then I also mentioned the fact that the respiratory system, based on chemistry, the respiratory system also affects the pH. It can also affect the pH of the blood. Then I also mentioned that we have a system in our body called RAS, renin angiotensin aldosterone system, RAS. This RAS system is involved in regulating your blood pressure. Now, this system is such that it involves the production of the angiotensin is involves the lungs. Hence, the lungs is also part of the respiratory system. Hence, the respiratory system is involved in blood pressure regulation. Then we also have the blood volume. As we are breathing in and we are breathing out, the air that comes out of us is actually it contains some amount of water. And if you are supposed to continue this breathing, you notice that later you can live in an environment which is dry, and you will end up being dehydrated. Okay, so um, that helps us to know that no, the respiratory system in a way is also involved in. It can also affect the blood volume. Okay, so these are some of the few functions of the respiratory system. Then I mentioned that the respiratory system, um, there is more of a tract, a tubular structure, and it is lined by an epithelium. The predominant epithelium is the pseudostratified ciliated columnar epithelium with mucous cells. And the mucous cells is a goblet cell. Okay. This pseudostratified ciliated columnar epithelium is what we call the respiratory epithelium. Apart from that, the remainder of the tract, we also have part which is lined by the stratified squamous non-keratinizing epithelium. Okay, so this epithelium is actually at the upper part of the respiratory tract. Now, the pseudostratified ciliated columnar epithelium will produce mucus. It has the mucus cells, and it we can also talk about the presence of cilia. The mucous cells will produce the mucus, and mucus will trap dust and pathogens. Okay, it also lubricates the respiratory surfaces and keep them moist. Then also the cilia, which is present in the epithelia, which is in the columnar cells, they usually beat in a particular direction so that they can move the mucus with the trapped dust and other materials towards your throat so that you at least you can cough it out in order to be able to protect you. Now, this mechanism where with the cilia beating and moving the mucus, that kind of mechanism, the cilia, that activity is what we call the mucociliary escalator. Mucociliary escalator. Okay, so that is what I would say about the epithelium of the respiratory tract. Can we continue now?
Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Please, we can continue now. Thank you very much.
Okay, so now let's look at the structure of the respiratory system. And when we look at the structure of the respiratory system, as demonstrated on the slide, the respiratory system can be divided into two portions. We have the upper respiratory system, upper respiratory tract, and the lower respiratory tract. The upper respiratory tract consists of the nasal cavity. We also have some spaces in our skull, which we call paranasal sinuses. They open to the nasal cavity. Then we also have the pharynx. We have the pharynx, the nasopharynx. Okay. Then we have the lower respiratory tract. And the lower respiratory tract begins from your voice box. So that is your larynx. Then you go to the trachea. Then you have the bronchi. Then we have bronchioles. Then we also have the substance of the lungs. So you notice that the larynx is the beginning of the lower respiratory tract. Then above the larynx, we now have the upper respiratory tract. So the upper respiratory tract again, we have the nasal cavity and its structures. Then we come to the throat, the nasopharynx. We have the nasopharynx. Then we can also talk about the lower respiratory tract, which now has the larynx, the trachea, the bronchi, the lungs, and the other bronchioles. And these are structures that we will be talking about in subsequent slides. Okay, so first, I'll comment on these portions of the respiratory system. One is to comment on the paranasal sinus, paranasal sinuses. So paranasal sinuses are cavities in our skull that are lined by the respiratory epithelium. And these cavities in the skull, they open into our nasal cavity. So these paranasal sinuses open into our nasal cavity. Now, when there is an infection in these sinuses, it affects the function of the respiratory system. Now, what are these sinuses? So we have one which is located in relation to the bone in our forehead. We call it the frontal sinus. Frontal sinus. Then we have another sinus which is related to our cheekbone. That is the maxillary sinus. We have also two sinuses that are related to the ethmoid bone and the sphenoid bone. So we have the ethmoidal air cells, then we have the sphenoidal sinus. This is a frontal view of the paranasal sinuses. If you also take, this is a side view of the paranasal sinuses. We have the frontal air sinus, we have the ethmoidal air cells, we have the sphenoidal sinus, then we have the maxillary sinus. So they are called paranasal because they lie side by side to the nasal cavity and they open into the nasal cavity. So usually the paranasal sinuses, just like the upper respiratory regions of the upper respiratory tract, they actually modify the air that we breathe in. They help in modifying the air that we breathe in. So some of the modifications that they do is to, for example, to filter the air. Filter the air. Sometimes they also tune the temperature of the air to a particular temperature which is conducive for the body. Okay. And that is a process of warming. Then also, the air that you are breathing in, sometimes moisture is also added to the air that you breathe in so that it will not be too dry. Now, all these processes, modifications that it does to the air is what we call the conditioning of the air. And that is what the paranasal sinus is involved in it, together with other portions of the upper respiratory tract. Then let's look at the next part of the upper respiratory tract is the nose and the nasal cavity. The nose and the nasal cavity. So nose is actually the external structure that we see. So it is the external protuberance which is found just above your lip, upper lip, and it is also below the eyes. Okay, they lie below and medial to the eyes. So this is an external protuberance. So that is the nose. Now the nose has an opening. It has an opening to the external environment, and we call it the nostrils or the nares. The nostrils will open into a cavity within the nose. Usually we call it the vestibule. The vestibule. So this is the region of the vestibule, and in the region of the vestibule, we have, if you look at the substance of the nose, the substance of the nose, you notice that there are some points that are made up of cartilages, and there are some points that is made up of skin. So we have a number of cartilages that are found within the wall of the nose. So we have cartilages like the alar cartilage, These cartilages are found on the part of the external nose that circles around the nostril. Okay, so there are some cartilages which are present in the external nose. Okay. Then this, from the nose, you go to the nasal cavity, and the nasal cavity, the entire cavity is divided into right and left by a partition called the nasal septum. So the nasal septum separates the right and left portions of the nasal septum divides the nasal cavity into right and a left portion. If you want to feel your nasal septum, maybe you can Sometimes we place our fingers within the nostril, the two nostrils, and you notice that as the fingers bypass the nostrils, they will touch a structure in the midline, and that is the nasal septum. So when the
So,
nasal septum
uh,
is yes,
please, so what's the difference between the nasal cavity and then the nostril?
nostril is the opening into the cavity. Nostril is just the opening. That's the opening into the cavity. So this is a part, the opening, the external opening of the nose. That is the nostril. Nasal cavity is relatively a bigger space that lies behind the external nose.
Okay, so is it right to say nose or nostril?
No, if you are referring to the nose, then we are looking at the protruding structure. That is the nose. If you are looking at nostril, then you are looking at the opening, the which is found at the front, the at the frontal part of the nose. They are two different things.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The nasal cavity, whenever we remove the septum, this is how the nasal cavity will look. It looks like that is how the nasal cavity looks like. So the septum is in the midline. Then these structures that you are seeing are found on it's part of the lateral wall. Okay. Now on the lateral wall, that is the side wall of the nasal cavity. What is seen is that there are ridges of bones. There are some bony elevations on the wall of the nasal cavity. So we have three elevations. Now these three bony elevations are what we call the nasal concha. Nasal concha. That but a singular is nasal concha. So we have the nasal concha. So we have the nasal concha. Sometimes we use the word turbinate bones. Okay. Okay, so we have the nasal concha. Now, these are found on the lateral wall of the nasal cavity. So there are three of them, and usually the smallest, we have the smallest at the top, followed by the next bigger, then the lowest is actually the largest. So we have what you call superior nasal concha, middle nasal concha, and inferior nasal concha. Okay, so superior, middle, and inferior. Now, what happens is that the whenever air is breathed in and it passes through the nasal cavity, the air bounces off the concha and it turns around like water flowing around rapids. Okay. Now, this nasal concha, in a way, is able to streamline reduce the speed within which the air is flowing flowing through the nasal cavity. So they act like the wings of more like the wings, similar to the wings of an aeroplane. Okay. Now, air passes on top of the bones and also underneath the bones. And this time it slows down the speed with which the air will be flowing through the nasal cavity. Now, when it slows down the speed with which air is passing through the nasal cavity, it allows enough time for the conditioning of the air, that is filtering, um, humidifying, and also modifying the temperature. And also, when it slows it down, if there are some substances in the air, then it will allow um, it allows for a briefing, for also sensing smell. Okay, so that is the nasal concha. The nasal concha, between them there are spaces. So we have what we call the nasal meatus. Nasal meatus. So um, we have, for example, the space between the superior nasal concha and the middle nasal concha. We call that space in between superior nasal meatus. Then we have the middle nasal concha and the inferior nasal concha. The space that lies between them, we call it the middle nasal meatus. Then we have the inferior nasal concha and the floor of the nasal cavity. That space between them is what we call the inferior nasal meatus. Okay. Okay. So lastly, what I will add is that posterior to the nasal concha, we have the posterior opening of the nasal cavity. So the nasal cavity now opens into the pharynx, and we have the posterior nasal opening. We call it the choana, which I would mention. Okay. So beyond the nasal cavity, we now have the pharynx, or what we call the throat. So the pharynx, which is the throat, connects the nose. It also connects the mouth, and it also connects the voice box, which is the larynx. So this is more like a transition period, region of the respiratory tract. And we have to bear in mind that the digestive system and the respiratory system, they share the same pharynx. When you eat food, it passes through the pharynx. When you breathe in water, air, it also passes through the pharynx. Okay. So what is the, how, from which part of the body to which part will define the pharynx? So the pharynx starts from the posterior nasal aperture, that is the opening of the nasal cavity into the pharynx. So the posterior end of the nasal cavity, that is the opening, posterior nasal aperture. Then it goes all the way to, expands all the way to the entrance of the esophagus or the larynx. So we have from the posterior nasal aperture all the way to the larynx and the esophagus. That defines the region of the pharynx. The pharynx is divided into three regions. We have the nasopharynx, which is the part of the pharynx that is associated with the nasal cavity. Then we have the oropharynx, which is a part of the pharynx that is associated with the oral cavity. Then we have the laryngopharynx, which is a part of the pharynx that is associated with the larynx or the voice box. Then in the pharynx, there are some immune structures which are positioned in order to be able to help fight infection. And we call these tonsils or adenoids. Tonsils or adenoids. So within the pharynx, we have, this is a typical, we have tonsils, of which this is a typical example. Also related to your tongue, we also have some tonsils. Okay, so when you hear people having issue, like they're complaining that they have tonsillitis, what it means is that it is more of an inflammation of these immune structures that is within the pharynx. Okay, so from the pharynx, the air would end up in the voice box, the larynx. So pharynx can either lead to the esophagus or it can lead to the voice box. But in the case of um, the respiratory tract, we expect that when you breathe in air, air will move from the pharynx and end up in the larynx or the voice box. So this is a picture of the voice box. That is an illustration of the voice box. And one thing about the voice box is that it is made up of cartilages and it is also made up of some bone, a bone, and we also have several ligaments, and there are muscles, small skeletal muscles that are attached to the components of the larynx. The opening of the larynx is what we call the glottis. So this is a superior view of the larynx, and you have an opening that leads into the larynx, and this opening is what we call the glottis. Glottis. The opening of the glottis is guarded by what we call um, the vocal cords. Okay, so the vocal folds. So there are the vocal folds. They guard the opening of the glottis. So when the vocal fold come together, the left and right vocal folds come together, then the glottis will be closed. But when they are moved apart, then the glottis would be open. Okay. Now, next to the glottis is the vestibular fold. Okay, that's the vestibular fold, but it is the vocal fold which is guarding that guards the glottis. If it is moved sideways, it opens the glottis will widen, and if the vocal cord is vocal fold is brought together, then it closes the glottis. I've already indicated that the larynx is made up of predominantly cartilages. So there are some cartilages that we can talk about. The largest of it is the thyroid cartilage. Thyroid cartilage. Okay. We also have the cricoid cartilage. Cricoid cartilage. We have other cartilages that I've not shown. Okay. So we can also talk about the arytenoid cartilage and corniculate cartilage. At least you should remember these two cartilages, the thyroid cartilage and the cricoid cartilages. Those are two important, two big cartilages, which is part of the larynx. Then we cannot talk about the larynx and leave out a structure called epiglottis. You know, the pharynx, I've mentioned that when food or water passes through the pharynx, it can either go to the esophagus or go to the larynx. Now, the glottis, it is not enough for the vocal cord fold to be closing, to move in order to be able to close or open the glottis. Okay, there is another structure called the epiglottis.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't know whether you made mention of it. My network. I want to find out what is the main work of the clock eye.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Doc. I think
Yes.
his network is disturbing him. You mentioned two
Oh,
main cartilages. Uh,
yeah.
that is
The thyroid, the
so,
cricoid.
yes. So he wanted to know what are their functions? What are their functions in relation to? Uh,
Oh, okay, okay. So, you know, the larynx, um, the larynx. This is a part. You know, I mentioned the vocal fold. The vocal fold. That fold is very important in speech. Now, in these vocal folds, sometimes they may need to be stretched so that they become longer, or sometimes their length needs to be um, reduce, like the stretch within it needs to be reduced. Now, all these are as a result of some skeletal muscles. Now, these skeletal muscles attaches to the cartilages. Okay. The vocal fold, for example, is attached to the vocal fold is attached to the thyroid cartilage. The vocal fold is attached to the thyroid cartilage. Okay, so sometimes the thyroid cartilage, for example, may move because of how the muscles are acting. The thyroid cartilage can be made to move forward. When it moves forward, what happens is that it stretches the vocal fold and it will affect the pitch of our sound.
Okay, sir.
Sometimes, yes,
So, in simple words, can we say that the thyroid gland or cartilage controls voice moderation?
you cannot say thyroid gland. I heard you say thyroid gland.
No,
Thyroid
no,
cartilage
thyroid
is,
cartilage.
yes.
Yeah. So,
So
in simple terms, we can say that the thyroid cartilage regulates or controls voice moderation.
yeah, that is it. You can say that.
All right. All right. Thank you. So, what about the cricoid cartilage?
They all work together. You see, the thyroid cartilage articulates with the cricoid. It's attached to the cricoid cartilage. So for the thyroid cartilage to be able to move forward or backwards, it does so by forming a joint with the cricoid
All right.
cartilage.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Then we have the epiglottis. So the epiglottis is also another cartilage that projects superior to the glottis. And anytime you swallow food or water, what happens is that the epiglottis will cover the glottis. It covers the glottis so that it will prevent water and the other non-air materials to move into the past the glottis. If anything apart from air passes through the glottis, what will happen is that it brings about choking. So that is where you feel like you are choking, and the body will try to elicit a cough reflex so that it wants to bring out the things which are not air. It wants to bring them into and bring them out of the respiratory tract. Okay. So, well, in terms of mechanism, anytime you are swallowing, your voice box is raised. Then the epiglottis moves backwards. Epiglottis moves backwards so that it can cover the glottis. Okay. So beyond the larynx, you now have the trachea. So if you are breathing, the air will go through the glottis and it will land in the trachea. The trachea is also called the windpipe. The trachea is also called the windpipe. Now, the trachea is a tube that is always open because within its walls are some cartilages. Within the walls of the trachea are cartilages. We call them the tracheal cartilages. Any tube that has these cartilages in their walls do not easily collapse. They don't collapse. They will always, the cartilages act as a stiffener to the walls of the tube so that as it is always open, air will just be moving in and will be flowing down or be flowing up the trachea. Okay. Now these cartilages, which I've mentioned, they are shaped like C. And we know that when we compare the letter C and the letter O, the difference is that the ends of the C if the ends of the C should come together, they will change to the O. And they will change to the letter O. And that is how the cartilages are. The tracheal cartilages are like incomplete. They are C's. Okay. Now the edges, on the back side of the trachea, on the back side of the trachea, we have some muscles called the trachealis muscle. we have the muscle called the trachealis muscle, and this muscle joins connects to the ends of the cartilages so that the incomplete C will be converted to an O. Okay. So the trachealis muscle connects the open ends of the trachea cartilages. Usually, when there is a contraction of the trachealis muscle, it will decrease the diameter of the tracheal lumen. It helps to decrease the diameter of the tracheal lumen. But the presence of the cartilages will always ensure that the trachea is always opening. Okay. So down the trachea, we now have what we call the bronchi. The bronchi. A singular is bronchus and the plural is bronchi. Okay. So the trachea at the level of the mediastinum, this is a part of our thoracic cage that lies behind the sternum. Okay, at that level, the trachea divides into two branches and gives rise to two tubes. We have the primary bronchi, one on the right and one on the left. Okay. Now these primary bronchi are usually situated outside the lungs, so we call them extra pulmonary bronchi. The extra means outside, extra pulmonary bronchi. Okay. Now, if we make a cut to look at what is within, we'll notice that what happens is that there is another cartilage that tries to separate the right bronchi, demarcate the right bronchus from the right primary bronchus from the left primary bronchus, and we call that that partition. It is more like a ridge. It's shaped like a ridge. We call it carina. Carina. So carina is a ridge-like material that is found at the base, at the lower part of the trachea, and it separates, demarcates the right primary bronchus from the left primary bronchus. The primary bronchi, their walls are also made up of cartilages. So just like the trachea, which do not collapse, whose walls do not collapse, the primary bronchi do not also collapse. Okay. What in our body, what happens is that usually the right primary bronchus is bigger, and it is inclined such that it is more vertical than the left. So we've noticed that it is reported that if someone should work in a dusty area for a long time, usually the dust falls, becomes a lot of the dust end up in the right lung than the left lung. And this is happening because the right primary bronchus is more vertical and it appears wider. It has a wider diameter than the left primary bronchus. So beyond the bronchus, then what you'll be seeing is the lungs. The lungs have some extensions of the bronchus within it. So I will later comment on them. So the lungs are situated in in the compartments within the rib cage, and in the rib cage we have what we call the pulmonary compartment. So these are areas where the lungs are located. Okay, so the lungs are enclosed in the rib cage together with the heart. We have two lungs. If you find an individual with one lung, perhaps that lung has been removed in surgery, or maybe the lung did not develop. Okay, so the lungs are divided into lobes. The lungs are divided into lobes. The right lung has three lobes, that is superior, inferior, and middle lobe. And the left lung is divided into two lobes. a
Hello, sir.
superior and inferior lobe. Yes,
I just heard you saying if one is having only one lung, either one has been removed through surgical means or it wasn't formed at all.
it didn't develop. Yeah.
It didn't develop. Okay. I want to find out, can one survive on one lungs? I know of the kidney, but with the lungs, can one survive on only one lung?
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible, but one thing about the lung is that you know, it is you have right and left, and the balance. It is more like um if the two sides should be balanced in order to ensure that even your trachea is in the midline. So with such an individual, you will expect that the windpipe will shift out, will not be in the midline. Okay. This, do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, please, I get it.
Yeah. So it is, but because of the nature how the two lungs work, it is more like there should be they equilibrate whilst they are within the rib cage. So if one lung does not develop, what will happen is that there will be an imbalance, and that imbalance will cause your trachea to shift out of the midline. Okay, we have situations where an individual will have the trachea shifting out of the midline. That indicates that there's something wrong with the lungs. But as it also depends on the extent of the damage. It all depends on the extent of damage, but it is possible.
All right,
Okay.
sir. That one cleared. That one cleared. I want to find out what could be the genetical implications that will cause a woman or a child not to have a fully developed lungs, where one side will not develop.
I
Could it
don't
be
have
hormonal? Could it be hormonal imbalance or what?
that is more of biology or genetics, and I don't have right specific answers for now.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay. The other apart from the lobes,
Doc,
also,
Doc,
yeah.
Doc, a follow-up question. We
Okay.
know that the pulmonary artery and then the vein, they exchange blood in the lung.
Mhm.
So if there is only one, so how is the other side going to operate?
So if
With
the lung does not develop, it means that that part will not be functioning. You can have miniatures of the artery and the veins. You know, when I said that the lung did not develop, then you'll be seeing a very, very small tissue. Okay, so the lung did not develop. So you don't expect the vessels which are also associated with that lung, they will not be developed. So because they all develop together.
So in the case of someone who is working appropriately before one or two reasons it has been removed, is that not going to affect that part of the body?
No, the purpose of these two, the purpose of these, the pulmonary artery and the pulmonary vein, is to bring, especially the pulmonary vein, is to bring oxygenated blood to the heart so that the heart will pump. If the amount of oxygen that is it brings is enough and it is compatible with life, the person will still be there. But if in terms of function, if the person loses one side and it results that the pulmonary artery, there are two of them. So on the functioning lung, it's unable to bring enough oxygen for the body to pump, for the heart to pump it throughout the body. Then that is where the problem will start. Then that is a big problem. So if it can be one vessel, but if it brings enough oxygen, it's able to bring enough oxygen, which will pump into circulation, the person should be fine.
Okay, that's fine. So it means that all the time for the right one, it must be functional.
The which will be functional.
The right lung, it should always be functional.
The right and left. It's better for the right and left to be functioning.
Oh, okay, okay.
You know,
So,
if
so accounts for one of them being bigger than the other. You see, if you look at the right, it look as if it's bigger
yeah,
comparatively. What account for that?
okay. So on the right side of the, you know, in your abdomen, you have the liver. The liver is on your right. Okay, so the liver actually pushes on your diaphragm. So because it pushes on the diaphragm, it causes that side of the diaphragm to be elevated. So the height of the compartment within which the lung will develop is small, and therefore the lung is unable to develop longer. That is on the right side. So it becomes broader to make compensation, to compensate for also the height. Please, is it clear?
I'm okay, sir.
Yeah, so the whole issue why the right lung is shorter is because of the liver. Is because of the liver. The liver pushes on the diaphragm. Okay. Okay, so I was about to comment on
Yeah.
the other difference apart from the
Hello?
lobes. Yes.
Please, sir, based on our lesson on the respiratory system, may I know what
Okay.
causes asthma in human? Which,
Okay, please,
what is
I
it?
will come to that.
Okay.
I will come to that. Okay. So aside from the lobes, the other difference has to do with the sizes. So the right is broader and it is also shorter than the left lung. Okay. We have other differences, but I think we will just limit you to these two. Okay, but in case you read and you are able to get, you want to add other differences, when in case of exams, we will make provision for that. Okay. Now, having talked about the next is to talk about what we call the pleura of the lungs or the covering of the lungs. So, whilst the lungs are within the rib cage, whilst they are within the rib cage, um, they are having there is a membrane that covers it, and we call the membrane pleura. Now, the membrane that covers the lungs are made up of two layers. There is one part of the membrane that surrounds or invests the lung. It is in contact with the lung. Then there is also another part of the membrane that rather lines the rib cage. It lines the internal surface of the rib cage, covers the surface of the diaphragm. Okay, and this is what we call the parietal pleura. So parietal pleura lines the compartment of the thoracic cavity which is occupied by lungs, but the visceral pleura is in contact with the lungs. Now there is a space between the parietal pleura and the visceral pleura, and that is what we call the pleural cavity. Pleural cavity. Usually, the visceral pleura will secrete some amount of fluid into the pleural cavity, so that when the lungs are moving within the cavity, at least there will be minimal friction between the visceral and the parietal pleura. We have situations, maybe for those of us who may who may want an extra information. We have situation where, for example, maybe uh, air, this pleural seals the cavity from the external environment. But assuming that someone is stabbed, let's say accidentally stabbed in the ribs, and it penetrates the parietal pleura, and accidental, sometimes they want to help the person. The people will want to pull the knife out of the rib cage, thinking that, okay, let us relieve the person of the pain. In that situation, you rather worsen the life of the person. in the sense that immediately you pull the knife out, you should bear in mind that the knife leaves a space, a connection between the pleural cavity and the external environment. Often the atmospheric air pressure, the air pressure in our external environment is higher than the air pressure we need within the pleural cavity. So immediately one pulls the knife out of that rib cage, what will happen is that air will start flowing from the external environment into that pleural cavity of the affected site. So with time, the pleural cavity will become bigger. And what will happen is that it squeezes on the lungs and it will bring about lung collapse. Lung collapse. So what is the appropriate thing to do? What is the appropriate thing to do is that before the knife is being pulled out, whilst the knife is pulled out, immediately there should be a material that can be added, that should be placed there in order to block. Okay, so they will advise that you have to put the person in a position which is will not worsen the plight of the individual. Then you take the person to the hospital where they will do this kind of perform this kind of process on such an individual. Okay, so this is what we call, what I described is what you call, yes.
So with what you just said, in our society, whenever there is such an incident, first everybody tries to provide first aid. They
Yeah,
will just pull out the knife and then stab the area with, let's say, rag or cloth to
yeah.
prevent
Okay.
inhalation. What
Hmm.
would be the best position to place the victim so that jeopardize the system, help the system to collapse fast?
Okay, I think if they cover it with rag, all that they need to do, make sure is that that rag is neat so that it doesn't introduce infection. But we cannot let the person lie on the side where there is injury. So on the opposite side is okay. If they cover, so far as they cover it with the material, okay. Many times, air cannot pass through water, so the material can be soaked in water, so that with that soaked material, they place it on the injured site. But so far as what is of critical point is the infection, and if we can control for that, I think then that first aid is complete.
That is where the issue is, because somebody might just remove the shirt, fold it, and stuff it inside just to prevent inhalation. And so automatically it end up introducing more contamination than even the first step.
So the person, either the first aid people come there quickly, or the person has to be transported quickly to the usually if the knife is deep, okay, if the knife is deep, not only does the knife leave a space in the thoracic cage, but it may cut the some of the tissues, and there are blood vessels there. It can also cause blood to leak into the pleural cavity. That can also bring about, it has its own problem. Okay. It also has its problem. So advisably, I think that the earlier the person is transported to the clinic, the better, so that they can control all these things, all the points that I've raised.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Now, within the lungs, the lungs, I want to comment on what the functional architecture of the lungs. So what we see as the lungs is actually made up of an aggregation of air sacs. It's an aggregation of air sacs. These smaller spherical structures, which a number of them, millions of them, which have come together to form the lungs. And the air sacs are connected to the trachea, the bronchi, by a set of tubes. Okay, the set of tubes that connect to the air sacs. So these air sacs, the set of tubes that connect to the air sacs, they constitute, together with the trachea, They constitute what we call the tracheobronchial tree. Tracheobronchial tree. Now, gaseous exchange occur within the air sacs, and I'll explain gaseous exchange later. Okay, so I'll comment on the tracheobronchial tree. Now, beyond the primary bronchus, the primary bronchus will divide into secondary bronchus and tertiary bronchus. As it divides into that, the diameter of these tubes reduces in size. Okay, they reduce in size, but there is still cartilage in their walls, and the presence of cartilage ensures that the walls do not collapse. Now, beyond the tertiary bronchi, now it leads to a set of tubes that lacks cartilages in their walls, predominantly smooth muscles one will find in the walls. So this set of tubes without the cartilages, those are what we call the bronchiole. Now, because these cartilages are not functioning very well, are absent. Anytime if the person is very reactive to a particular substance, like an allergen, the smooth muscles can contract. They will contract, and when they contract, they will cause the space within the bronchiole to block. They'll cause the space to block, and therefore that individual will struggle bringing in air out or bringing in air into the alveoli or the air sacs for gas exchange to occur. And this is where this is a common situation that occurs in asthma. It occurs in asthma. So asthma, the part of the tracheobronchial tree that is implicated in asthma is at the level of the bronchiole. The bronchiole, the walls are made up of smooth muscles. There are no cartilages. So whenever there is any in the presence of an allergen, then the smooth muscles will contract and it will block the airway, and it will make it difficult for the person to breathe, either bring in oxygen, air out, or in air to or through the respiratory tract. And that is the underlying principle for the asthma. So what they do is that they have what you call the bronchodilator. The bronchodilator contains some chemicals that is supposed to relax the smooth muscles, so that when the person breathes in that bronchodilator, it will relax the smooth muscles. Then the airway will open so that air will be able to move to and fro the tracheobronchial tree into the lungs. Beyond the bronchiole is what we call the alveolar ducts. The alveolar duct is also a series of ducts that ultimately leads to the alveoli. So this is the functional architecture of the lung. So I always say that the lung is more like a balloon that is connected to a tube. Okay, and you have several balloons, and these balloons are connected to a tube. At some point in time, some of the tubes will come, they will merge, and they'll be forming bigger tubes, and so on and so forth. Okay. Please, early on, just a few minutes ago, he asked about the asthma. I don't know whether this explanation, the thing is, has answered your question.
Hello, sir. My network was disturbing, so I couldn't get all that you said. So could you please?
So I'm saying that down the beyond the bronchi, okay, the bronchi have cartilages in their walls, so they don't collapse. Okay, so beyond the bronchi, we have the bronchiole. The bronchioles, their walls lack cartilages. They lack cartilages, and therefore, the smooth muscles in their walls, whenever they contract, they can close the opening, the space through the bronchiole. Okay, and this is what happens in asthmatic patients whenever they come into contact with an allergen. An allergen is something that triggers allergy. The smooth muscles in the walls of the bronchiole will contract, and that will block the bronchiole. Okay, it will block the bronchiole, and therefore it becomes difficult for air to move up and down the tracheobronchial tree. So the person will struggle in breathing. It's like the person is suffocating. Now, such individuals, we give them bronchodilators. Bronchodilators, what they do is that whenever the person, it contains chemicals that will relax the smooth muscles, so that the smooth muscles in the advent of this crisis, the smooth muscles, when the person breathes in, the smooth muscles will relax, so that the opening, the path through the duct will be made open for air to move in and out. Please, is it better now?
Yes, please. Thank you so much.
Okay,
Hello,
thank you.
sir.
Okay,
Yeah,
yes.
please, what is the relationship between the lungs and the alveoli? And where specifically does
So
gaseous exchange take place?
okay. So I said that the lungs is actually an aggregation of alveoli. So it's an aggregation of the alveoli. So several alveoli coming together. That forms what the lungs. Please, is it clear?
Yes, please. Thank you.
And gaseous exchange occurs within the alveoli, at the level of the alveoli. Most gaseous exchange occurs at the level of the alveoli. Yeah. Okay. Please, is it okay?
Yes, please, Doc. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So one thing is that so each lung contains approximately 150 million alveoli, and it gives the lung an open, spongy appearance. Okay. But around each alveoli, you have some capillaries, which is associated with it. So we have alveoli, capillaries associated with the alveoli, and that is where the air within the alveoli and the gases within the blood will be exchanged, will be swapped at a barrier called the blood-air barrier. Okay, and that is what underlies that is what gaseous exchange is all about. Okay, I'll comment briefly on the alveoli. Yeah, so we have this is a picture of the alveoli, and the alveoli is a spherical structure. Usually there are two types of cells which are present, or let's say two predominant cells which are present in the alveoli. The one lines the alveoli, and we call it the type 1 alveolar cells. Type 1 alveolar cells. We call them the type 1 pneumocytes. Type 1 pneumocytes. They usually form a barrier. They usually form a barrier with the capillaries, so that it will allow for gas exchange. That is oxygen moving from the air within the alveoli, then it goes into the blood, or carbon dioxide moving from the blood into the alveoli. Okay. Then we also have another set of cells. They are fewer. We call them the type 2 pneumocytes. Type 2 pneumocytes. They secrete a substance called surfactant. Surfactant. Surfactant is a chemical that reduces surface tension. Usually, when you have like a rubber, a balloon, and you pour in small amount of water, you will notice that the walls of the balloon will stick together. If the water is not much, the walls of the balloon will get close to each other. And when you want to inflate such balloon, you need more energy. You need to blow in more air and generate enough force to be able to fill it with the air. So what the surfactant does is that the surface tension that is created because of the presence of water, it reduces the surface tension so that when air flows into the alveoli, it can easily open up for it to be filled with more air. Okay, so these type 2 pneumocytes, they secrete the substance surfactant. We have situations where children may be born and they may lack the ability to produce surfactant. So what means is that such babies, you will not have enough air filling the alveoli. The alveoli does not easily open up to be filled with air, and therefore it can affect availability of oxygen, which will lead to the blood, and therefore the baby may start appearing bluish, which is indication of ischemia. Okay. Yeah, so that is how important surfactant is. Then finally, we also have some cells, connective tissue cells, the macrophages. Macrophages present in the lungs. Usually they will multiply whenever there is damage in the lungs. We call them the dust cells. The dust cells. So they are in the alveoli. And if there are any foreign particles which are present in the alveoli, they will mop them up. The alveoli are also interconnected. They are connected to one another by some opening pores, alveolar pores that connect one alveolus to another. And I've already mentioned that the type 1 pneumocytes, the type 1 alveolar cells form what we call the blood-air barrier. They form blood-air barrier with the capillaries. Okay, yeah. And exchange of gases occur across the blood-air barrier. And when we talk about the exchange of gases, it's oxygen leaving the alveoli into the blood and carbon dioxide leaving the blood into the alveoli. Okay. Finally, I want to comment on the rib cage. Though I've talked about it, we've talked about it in the skeletal system, but we can also not overlook its relevance in the respiratory system. So in between the ribs are associated with the rib cage are muscles. Okay, are the muscles. So one is the intercostal muscles that fill the space between the ribs. It fills the space between the ribs. So these muscles will contract in order to move the ribs. Usually, so we have the muscles are three: external, internal, and innermost intercostal muscles. So they fill the space in between the ribs. Okay. Then also at the lower part of the rib cage is the diaphragm. So the inferior surface of the rib cage is filled by a muscle called the diaphragm. And this diaphragm separates the abdominal cavity, which is below, from the thoracic cavity, which is above. Okay, so that is the diaphragm. In the body, we can talk about two main diaphragms. So usually when we are referring to this, the diaphragm that separates the thoracic cavity and the abdominal cavity, we prefer to use thoracic diaphragm. Thoracic diaphragm. Okay. So this is, yes.
So the internal and
external. We have external, internal, and innermost intercostal muscles.
How do they regulate breathing in and out?
Okay, so I will in a jiffy I'll comment on them. So the first part of our lecture is to mention the structures, the structures of the respiratory system. So the remaining time we will use to learn the mechanism of breathing. Okay. So please stay put. If you're unable to answer, then you let me know. Okay. So now we've seen the structures, but in terms of functioning, we can talk about phases of respiration. Phases of respiration. So what are the phases? Respiration has phases. So we have what you call external respiration, internal respiration, and cellular respiration. Okay, so when we talk about external respiration, that refers to the exchange of gases between the air within the alveoli and the blood. So exchange of gases between the air within the alveoli and the gases which is in the blood. Okay, so during gaseous exchange, external respiration. So external respiration, during external respiration, we have oxygen leaving the alveoli into the blood, then carbon dioxide leaving the blood into the alveoli. Then we have internal respiration. Internal respiration. You know, at the level of the lungs, the external respiration will ensure that oxygen is added to the blood so that the blood will be oxygenated. Now, when the blood is oxygenated, the heart will pump that oxygen-rich blood throughout the body. And the oxygen-rich blood is supposed to flow to all parts of the body. Now, at the specific various parts of the body, the blood oxygen is supposed to leave the blood and get into the tissues. And likewise, carbon dioxide is supposed to leave the tissues and get into the blood. Now, that is where internal respiration comes in. Internal respiration is the exchange of gases between the blood and the cells of our body tissue. Okay, and at this level, we have oxygen leaving the blood into the tissues and carbon dioxide leaving the tissues and entering the blood. Then the final stage of respiration is what we call cellular respiration. And the cellular respiration is actually a chemical process that releases energy from organic compounds such as glucose. And in this process, oxygen is used to break down glucose to release energy for the body to use. So these are the phases of respiration. So,
Doc.
Yes.
So Doc, if somebody interchange the respiration with gaseous exchange, what should be my answer?
Respiration and gaseous exchange. The respiration is a bigger term. Respiration is made up of two phases: gaseous exchange and the cellular respiration. So gaseous exchange is just one phase of respiration. It does not talk about the full complement of respiration. So you have to just correct the person. Please correct the person so that the person will be able to use it very well. Please, are you okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. With the exchange of gases, what happens is that it is underlined by diffusion. It is underlined by diffusion. So diffusion drives the exchange of gases in the sense that respective gases will move from a region of higher concentration to a region of lower concentration. Okay. Yeah. And the movement of these gases in a way is dependent on what a particular variable called pressure, partial pressure. So each gas exerts a pressure within a particular compartment. But it happens that in a particular compartment, we don't just have one gas. We have several gases which are there. And that's the air. Air is made up of a number of gases. And all these gases exert their own pressure. And therefore, when we are referring to the pressure exerted by an individual gas, we usually use the word partial pressure. So, for example, during external respiration, that is at this level, external respiration, if the oxygen is able to move from the alveoli into the blood because the partial pressure of oxygen in the alveoli is greater than the partial pressure of oxygen in the carbon in the blood. In the alveoli is about 105 millimeter mercury. In the blood is about 40 millimeter mercury. Carbon dioxide, on the other hand, is able to move the blood into the alveoli because the partial pressure of carbon dioxide is bigger, is greater than the in the blood is greater than the partial pressure of carbon dioxide in the alveoli. When we come to the level of the internal respiration, we have the partial pressure of oxygen in the tissue to be 40 millimeter mercury, but in the blood is 100 millimeter mercury, and therefore oxygen will move from the blood, will diffuse from the blood, move from the blood and towards the tissues. In the case of carbon dioxide, if you look at the blood, it's 40 millimeter mercury, but in the tissues, the partial pressure is 45 millimeter mercury, and therefore carbon dioxide will flow from the region of higher partial pressure to the region of lower partial pressure. And that's why I said we make a point that partial pressure, the differences in partial pressure of gases will serve as the driving force of diffusion. Okay. Then we have what we call breathing. So what is breathing? So breathing is just the process of moving air into and from the lungs to facilitate gaseous exchange with the internal environment. Okay, I think the first point should be enough so that sometimes recalling these terms are difficult. We can exclude this to, yeah, and that should be fine. Okay, so the process of moving in and moving air into and from the lungs is what we call breathing. And the purpose of breathing is to bring out carbon dioxide from the body and rather bring in oxygen. Okay. And breathing involves two phases. So we have what you call the breathing in and breathing out. Breathing in is also called inspiration, or sometimes we will say inhalation. And when we talk about breathing out, we can also talk about expiration or exhalation. So we will look at the process of breathing in. Okay. Now, also, just like the gaseous exchange where I mentioned partial pressure, the movement of also air is also dependent on pressure, the pressure differences. So breathing in or inhalation is when you have air moving from the environment, external environment, into the alveoli, okay, or into the lungs. Now, what will happen is that for air, if air has to flow from the exterior to the lungs, then the pressure inside the lungs must be lower than the pressure in the external environment. So, or someone will say that the pressure in the external environment must be greater than the pressure within the lungs. So how does the body ensure that the pressure within the external environment becomes greater than the pressure within the lungs? Okay. So if you in physics, I'm sure physics will mention about Boyle's law, and they'll tell you that constant temperature, pressure is inversely related to volume. So what the body does is that it tries to adjust the volume. The body adjusts the volume of the rib cage. It adjusts the volume of the rib cage. So one of the ways by which the body adjusts the volume of the rib cage has to do with, so in the case of breathing in, it increases the volume. It increases the volume of the rib cage so that when the volume increases, the pressure around the lungs would decrease. So how does the body increases the volume of the rib cage? So one has to do with the external intercostal muscles. So the external intercostal muscle, anytime it contracts, okay, so to do that, external intercostal muscle contracts, then the internal intercostal muscle relax. Okay. Now, what happens when the external intercostal muscle contracts? It tries to move the lower rib. If we have about 11 pairs of external intercostal muscles, so when they contract, the lower rib will be moved upward and outward. So it is moved upward and outward. Okay. And when it is moved upward and outward, it can bring about the increase in the volume of the thoracic cage. Also, the diaphragm, the thoracic diaphragm, it also contracts. And when it contracts, it becomes flat. Usually, the thoracic diaphragm is shaped like a rainbow. It has a dome shape of a rainbow. So when it contracts, then it becomes flat. And when it flattens, what happens is that it increases the vertical volume of the thoracic cage. Now, when these two happens, then the volume of the thoracic cage will be bigger. When it is bigger, it will bring about a reduction in the pressure around the lungs. And this will make the value of the pressure fall below that of the external environment. And immediately that is achieved, air is forced from the external environment through the nasal cavity, the pharynx, goes through the glottis, that's the level of the larynx, the tracheobronchial tree, then it ends up in the alveoli. Okay. Also, we also have a situation when when the parietal, I mentioned about the pleura. So the pleura in a way is attached to the lungs. So when the ribs move upward and outward, they also stretch on the lungs. The lungs also have elastic fibers. Okay, the lungs are also elastic. So when the ribs move upward and outward, the lungs will also try to open up. The lung opens up, and that will even further decrease that will increase the volume, and that will decrease the pressure around the lungs, and that will cause the pressure to fall and air to fall below the atmospheric pressure, and air will be moved through the nostrils into the various passages and get into the alveoli. What about breathing out? So for breathing out to occur, what will happen is that the pressure within the lungs should be greater than the atmospheric pressure. Okay, so how does pressure within the lungs become greater than the atmospheric pressure? Similarly, dependent on Boyle's law, what will happen is that the volume is reduced. So when as more volume is more of the volume is reduced, then the pressure will be automatically increased. Okay. So how is the reduction in the volume achieved? So in this case, the internal intercostal muscles and the innermost intercostal muscles rather contract. The internal and innermost intercostal muscles, when they contract, they rather move the upper ribs upward and downwards, downward and inwards, sorry. They move the ribs downwards and inwards. And during this time, the external intercostal muscles are relaxed, so its effect is not felt. It is the internal and the innermost intercostal muscles which are acting. So they contract and they move the ribs downwards and inwards, and this will decrease the volume, and that will raise the pressure. Also, the diaphragm will relax, and this will cause the diaphragm to also assume its dome shape, and that will further decrease the volume of the thoracic cage. And as the volume is reduced, then the pressure around the lungs will be increased. And when they are increased above, they become higher than the atmospheric pressure. And this will force air to move out of the alveoli, out of the lungs or the alveoli through the tracheobronchial tree and the other passages in order to come out to the external environment. So I have tabled in a slide, we have tabled the differences, the different processes that occur between inhalation and exhalation. So during inhalation, the external intercostal muscles contract, but during exhalation, the external intercostal muscles relax. The internal intercostal muscles relax during inhalation, and internal intercostal muscles, they are supposed to contract. It's a mistake. Sorry. Okay. Then during exhalation, the ribs they move up and out, and during inhalation, the ribs will move up and out, but during exhalation, the ribs will move down and inwards. Well, we can talk about the diaphragm contracting and flattening. Then we also have the inhalation, and during exhalation, the diaphragm will relax and assume the dome shape. Can also talk about the volume. You can comment about the volume and the pressure. So the volume during inhalation, the volume of the thorax would increase, the pressure, air pressure would decrease, and during exhalation, the volume of the thorax decreases, air pressure increases. Okay. Then we also have the direction of airflow. So air will push into the lungs during inhalation, and during exhalation, air is forced out of the lungs. So how is breathing controlled? Look at the control. Please, someone's it's not muted. Okay, so the question is, how is breathing controlled? So in our brain, specifically the brainstem, there are some centers. There are some centers in the brainstem which monitors the specifically the medulla oblongata. Okay, so usually I prefer the brainstem. It's medulla oblongata and also the pons. Okay, so within the brainstem, we have that part. There are some specific regions that monitors the how much carbon dioxide is in the blood, how much carbon dioxide in the blood. So usually we say that the concentration of carbon dioxide in the blood is the main factor that stimulates breathing. So when the carbon dioxide levels increases, what happens is that carbon dioxide, when it increases, we have some receptors in some blood vessels like aorta and carotid arteries. They become stimulated, then they will send information to the brainstem, okay, or the medulla oblongata. Then the medulla oblongata will now send signal. They send signal to the intercostal muscles and the diaphragm to increase breathing movement. And this will cause carbon dioxide to be removed faster from the lungs. So usually your breathing is autonomic, but it may be depending on your body demands, the demands of your body. The body can accelerate breathing or it can slow down breathing. And this it does by monitoring carbon 4 oxide concentration in the blood. So your body, when you have more carbon 4 oxide in the blood, later your blood can be acidic. So your body doesn't want that. So the brainstem will, the arteries, receptors in the arteries will detect this change and send information to the brainstem. Then the brainstem will now send information to the muscles of respiration. These are the intercostal muscles and the diaphragm, so that you can be breathing in faster to get rid of your carbon 4 oxide. Okay, please, any question before we try and tackle the cellular respiration? That'll be the last part of the lecture. Okay, so this part of the lecture, we have cellular respiration. So I said that there is a chemical process that will release energy from the glucose. So we will eat food and the glucose will get into the cell, the tissues. But how does we get energy from it? So that is where respiration comes in. Okay. So in cellular respiration, the glucose is converted to ATP. ATP is adenosine triphosphate. Sorry, we should add the names. ATP is adenosine triphosphate. We'll try and make this stage a little bit simple for us, a little less complex for us, because okay. Okay, so usually the cellular respiration breaks chemical bonds in the glucose, and it will release, as it's breaking the bond, it releases the energy, which is restored and transferred in a form of into some packaging ATP, and there are 38 molecules. Okay, then the remaining energy is lost as heat. The remaining energy is lost as heat. Okay, so there are several cells usually, and this is occurring at the cells of the tissue. So if you are talking about for example, the heart undergoes cellular respiration. If we talk about the eyes, the cells of the eye undergo cellular respiration. Any part of your body that you think about will undergo cellular respiration. Okay, now there are several steps in cellular respiration. So usually the cells during cellular respiration, we have a number of pathways. So the first pathway is what we call glycolysis. Glycolysis. So usually this step release a small amount of energy, usually about two ATPs. Okay. Now at this stage, depending on whether there is oxygen or there is not enough oxygen, the next step, if oxygen is present, after glycolysis, it will lead to two other pathways that will release a lot of energy. And these pathways are what we call the Krebs cycle and electron transport chain. But if oxygen is absent, glycolysis will be followed by another pathway called alcoholic fermentation or lactic acid fermentation. So when we have enough oxygen in the system, in our body, then after glycolysis, we have Krebs cycle and electron transport chain. But when we don't have enough oxygen in our body, then the cell will undergo lactic acid fermentation. So we'll just comment on these phases and wrap up. So during glycolysis, glycolysis occurs in the cytoplasm of the cell. It is outside the mitochondria. Okay. So in glycolysis is a fast process. At the end of the day, we have 2 molecules of ATP produced. Okay. Yeah, and glycolysis does not require oxygen. It doesn't require oxygen. It can supply chemical energy to cells when oxygen is not available. So when oxygen is not available, glycolysis can still provide energy in the form of ATP to the cell. Okay. Well, there are. I will leave this step for you. Okay, let's go through. So the glucose is a 6-carbon molecule. Glucose is a 6-carbon molecule. So in the first step of glycolysis, the 6-carbon molecule is broken into half, so that you now have 3 carbon molecules. And these 3 carbon compounds, we call them pyruvic acid. Pyruvic acid. Now, there is a kind of redox reaction that will occur. So just for your information, this is what I described. We have the 6 carbon molecules, and it is broken down to 2 molecules, which are 3 carbon in size. And this will release 2 ATP. Okay, 2 ATP molecules. Okay, now from each carbon molecule, what will happen is that in our body, we have some molecules called NAD+, nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide is NAD+, and this is able to attract electrons to itself. And when it attracts to its electrons to itself, it will change to NADH. NADH molecules, and it also give rise to hydrogen ion. Okay, so then it by that electron that it accepts, it will use that electron to generate ATP. It uses that electrons that is going to accept in order to generate ATP. Okay, so each step, when it accepts electrons from the carbon molecules, it uses that to generate ATP in what we call ETC, that is electron transport chain. Electron transport chain. The pyruvates. Okay, you now have the pyruvic acid. The pyruvic acid is now channeled into the mitochondrion if there is enough oxygen to generate more ATP, or if we don't have enough oxygen, the pyruvic acid will be channeled to into a lactic acid fermentation. Okay, so let me do a recap. So in glycolysis, it has to do with ATP and NADH production. So you have 6 carbon molecules being broken down into 2 3 carbon molecules. Then we have the electron acceptor. We have electron carrier, that is the NAD+. This accepts electrons from the hydrogen ions. And when it accepts electrons from the hydrogen ions, it will use the electrons that it has received to produce ATP, to generate ATP. Okay, then the pyruvic acid that will be produced, depending on availability of oxygen, that pyruvic acid may be channeled through the Krebs cycle and electron transport chain, or it will be channeled through lactic acid fermentation. So what is a Krebs cycle? The Krebs cycle is a second stage of cellular respiration when we have enough oxygen, and this time it occurs in the mitochondrion. Glycolysis occurs in the cytoplasm, but Krebs cycle occurs in the mitochondrion. So pyruvic acids is generated from glycolysis. Okay. Then what happens is that usually one carbon, the one carbon will be removed from the pyruvic acid. Then you form a compound called the acetal. Okay. Now during these periods, the NAD plus would be taking electrons from the hydrogen so that it can now change to NADH. Okay. Then we have what we call coenzyme A, which will join the acetal, which is formed to form acetal coenzyme A. Now, in summary, the pyruvic acid, which is a 3-carbon molecule, is converted to a 2-carbon molecule called acetal coenzyme A. Now, the 2-carbon molecule is added to a 4-carbon compound called oxaloacetate. Then it will form the citric acid. Okay. Then citric acid, which is 6, will now be broken down to 5. Then 4 carbon compounds. And as it is breaking them down from 6 to 5 to 4, it will release carbon 4 oxide. Carbon 4 oxide will be generated, which will be released. Okay, so now while these things are happening, you will have NADH, NAD plus, NADH, and we have FAD plus. They are going to generate, they are going to form what you call NADH and FADH2. And all these, as they go through the process, they are accepting electrons, and they are going to use the electrons to generate ATP. Okay, so with the Krebs cycle receives 3 carbon molecules, which will be transformed into 2 carbon molecules. Okay, that's acetyl coenzyme A. Then the 4 carbon compound is added to the 2 to give the 6 carbon compound. Okay, then 6 will be broken down to 5, to be broken down to 4. And as there is a breakage, a breakdown, a carbon loss will be used to generate carbon 4 oxide. And this is how come during respiration, we tell you that carbon 4 oxide is generated. Okay. So maybe just to comment a little bit on the Krebs cycle. So the pyruvate is used to generate the energy ATP, but carbon dioxide is exhaled. It is brought out, it gets into the blood through internal respiration, and it gets into the tracheobronchial tree, the alveoli, through external respiration. Then you breathe it out. Okay. But these electron acceptors, NAD plus and the FAD plus, they accept electrons, and they will use the electrons to generate ATP. Okay, that is the electron transport chain. If you can read on it, if you have time, you can read on that. Okay. So then we have what we call the anaerobic respiration. So this is the process of fermentation, and this occurs when oxygen is not enough or is absent. Okay, so usually when oxygen is not enough, then the pyruvic acid will undergo fermentation. That will release energy from the food molecules, and in this process, NADH, if there is NADH, it's converted to NAD plus. Okay, so it's in this process, cells will convert NADH to NAD plus, and this NAD plus will be shunted into glycolysis, so that NAD plus will help in generating ATP. There are usually two types: alcoholic fermentation and lactic acid fermentation. So you notice that one thing about alcoholic fermentation is what occurs in a bakery. So yeast and a few other microorganisms use alcoholic fermentation. Okay, so during alcoholic fermentation, there is pyruvic acid, and in the presence of NADH, they will produce ethyl alcohol, that's ethanol. Then it produce carbon dioxide and NAD plus. Okay, so this NAD plus will be shunted back to glycolysis to get electrons, so that electrons will be used to generate ATP. Okay, but one of the products is what? Ethyl alcohol. That is the ethanol. That is ethanol. Ethanol is produced. So you go to I think the palm one types also use that. So they ferment they will get glucose and ferment it. They get a microorganism, and when the microorganism ferment the glucose, we end up having ethanol. Okay, but in our body, a similar one happens when we do a lot of exercise and we don't have enough oxygen in our body. So usually our body, we do not undergo alcoholic fermentation, but we undergo lactic acid fermentation. And when we produce lactic acid, this lactic acid is actually responsible for the pain in our muscles. Okay, it is when you do a lot of exercise and the oxygen may not be readily available, so your muscles or your body will produce lactic acid through lactic acid fermentation. Okay, and that will be generating ATP from glycolysis for you. Now when you rest, your body, this lactic acid, when it piles up in your body, is going to change the pH of your blood. So what your body does is that it tries as much as possible to get rid of the acid from you, and that will increase your respiration rate. So you realize that after an exercise, the person will be breathing profusely. The breathing rate will just be so high that then the air will be pushed out of their body. Okay, then in that case, then the pH of the body will be released, will be restored. Okay, so this is a typical example where lactic acid can build up. So running, swimming, or riding a bike as fast as you can. Okay, the large muscles in your legs and arms that they run out of oxygen. Muscles will begin to rapidly produce ATP by lactic acid fermentation. And the buildup of the lactic acid causes a painful burning sensation, making your muscles feel sore. Okay, so, but when you relax, your body has to also get rid of the lactic acid by you breathing in faster. And this would get rid of the acid and would try to restore the pH of your of the blood. Okay, I think this is what we will share with you. Yeah, I'll ask for questions.
Doc,
Yes.
you promised the other time you'll be sending us some tutorial questions.
Yeah. We started. We've worked on it. Okay. We have to fine tune it. Yeah. You
I
make a
want to
point.
the like can you be sent so that we can read
Okay. The slides.
yes, that's a lot. When we have it before you can we read through, then when you can we are able to connect it easily.
Okay. What will happen is that I can send you the slides we'll be using, but one thing is that I was telling Ajiman that you should bear in mind that the slides, sometimes we want to streamline things, so we take some information out. So if that is one of the questions that I will raise, okay, so that You still have to wait for the updated slides. I hope that is okay with the class.
All right, sir.
Okay, so
Hello, sir.
Yes.
I think when we are done, we should have this because the one that you sent, we have done some editing right now. At least 2 or 3 pages I've seen you've done editing. The one so when we are done, we just have to replace the one that I've shared with this current one because of the editing that we've done in it.
Okay, so I wanted to make your work simple. So I will send the bulk files to you in a zip form.
Okay.
Then the zip form you share with them. Okay.
All right.
So then after each lecture, we now share the updated slide.
All right, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
Yeah, please, Doc. In our nostril, the air, the this thing, in our nostril, the air, the hair in it.
Yes, the
What's
hair.
the function of the hair in it?
Okay, so the hair in the nostril filters the air. So the hair filters the air. It filters the air, the dust from the air that we breathe in. So it is also part of the mechanisms. Yeah. We are torn between your lectures is eight lectures, right? We are trying to maximize most of the info at the time. So there are some of the information we try to maybe we silent on it, but maybe your questions will bring them out. So in the nostrils are hair, and these hair, that's in the vestibule, and the hair would filter the dust of the air that we breathe in. Please, I hope the question is answered.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes it becomes so irritating that people shave it. But one thing is that the person has to bear in mind that when you shave it, you rather make yourself prone to the function. It means that the parts of the the remaining parts of the upper respiratory tract will have to try and get rid of it. I do understand that we have situations where when there are situations when you get infection around the nostril where we have the hair. Sometimes it's maybe when you cut off the hair, when you trim off the hair, it rather helps in the healing. Like for example, someone will be sneezing a lot, the person will catch cold and the person will be sneezing a lot. We have situations where the hair will be trimmed so that because when the person sneezes, the bacteria or the microbe will be found on the hair, and when you breathe in again, it triggers the sneezing. So in that situation, some people trim the hair, and it's able to help in the management. But in the absence of that, if you keep on trimming your hair, the hair in the nostril, it means that you will not be able to filter the enough dust from the air.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay. So Mr. Ajman.
Yes, sir.
By the close today, I will send the questions from the last week lecture.
All right, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. I hope the information is that we've informed you well enough with what we discussed. Okay, so let's go to that. Thank you.
Sir, we can't hear you.
You cannot hear me.
Yes, your last sentence.
I'm just saying that the information that we said is educative enough for you.
Oh yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So we'll continue in the what time? 2 o'clock.
The second lecture.
Yes.
So let's continue. Let's run it.
Oh no. Let's take some break.
Okay.
So maybe like
let's take some break.
So we will be back. Let's use 15 minutes. So
Okay.
2:15. Then we run about 4 o'clock.
Okay. So let's
So
meet again.
2:15. We are coming back. So let's take some tea break.
Okay. See you then. This is something better. This information of Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Sorry for the delay. Okay. So I want us to look at the digestive system, mammalian anatomy and physiology of the digestive system. Okay. So this system is very useful in if we need to break down, we take in complex food substances and our body cannot use the complex food substances. They need the simpler forms to use. A typical example is glucose, as I mentioned in the previous class, the lecture. Okay. Um, please just give me just some 5 minutes. I beg, I plead. Something has just 5 minutes. Oh, okay.
Okay, sir. Mother, please watch your mics, eh?
Okay. Sorry. Hello.
Hi, sir.
Hello, sir.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes. Okay. So this system is it breaks down the food substances that we take in. If they are complex, the body will not be able to use it. And a typical example is what I said with the respiratory system. So to generate, even in cellular respiration, to generate ATP, you notice that glucose is broken down with the presence of oxygen in order to generate the ATP and other byproducts. So glucose is the simplest form of food substances. In that case, the cells will be able to readily use them. So this is where the digestive system comes in. It breaks down these complex food substances so that the mammal will be able to use the food in the simplest form to be able to do that. Now, One thing is that there are a set of organs which will help achieve this aim, and these organs constitute the digestive system. The digestive system, in terms of, if you look at the digestive system of mammals, on the slide, we have, for example, the skull and the teeth, which is part of the digestive system. It shows variation, and also even with the tracts, there are also various variations. So, and these variations are dependent on the kind of diet the mammals take. So that is one of the things that you want you to bear in mind, that mammals exhibit variations in their digestive system based on the kind of diet they take. So we want to look at the regions of the digestive system, and we can talk about 5 major regions based on the function. So there is a part of the digestive system which serves as for receiving and breaking down of the food, which is more of grinding. Okay, mastication is the same as chewing or grinding. And this brings us to the part of the digestive system called mouth. So we have the mouth. So this is the respiratory system, the nasal cavity that leads into the oropharynx. And inferior, below the nasal cavity, we now have the mouth. So we have the mouth. Then we have conduction and storage. And that is after the food has been processed in the mouth, it is swallowed and it passes through the esophagus and it is stored in the stomach. Then after storage, there is grinding and early dissection. So there is the stomach will try to break down the food and also try to start breaking down the food molecules chemically by chemicals into their simpler form. Now from the stomach, the food gets into the small intestine. So this is part of the small intestine. The major part of the small intestine is this. Okay, so where digestion is completed, then this is also where the body absorbs the end products of digestion. So when we say absorption, it is going into the blood stream. Then after we have the final stage, which is water absorption and concentration of solids. In the breaking down of food substances, at some point in time, the body tries to add some fluid to the food that we have swallowed. And these fluids are made up of water. So after digestion has been achieved, the body tries to take back the water molecules back into the blood stream. So you notice that on this slide, I talked about, it's more about the tract, the path. So we put food in the mouth, it goes through, it's conducted through the esophagus, it goes through the stomach, into the small intestine, then it goes through the large intestine, then it is brought out, okay, as feces. That is the tract. We also have some organs, we consider them as accessory organs of digestion. So they contribute in the digestive product process. The tract will try to modify the food so long as, however, the accessory organs of digestion, they will add some enzymes or some other substances in the means of maybe water and juice. They will add it to the food that is within the tract so that it will help break down the food into smaller substances. And these are what you call the accessory organs of digestion. With the accessory organs of digestion associated with the small intestine is the pancreas. So we have the pancreas. We also have the liver. We have the liver. We also have the gallbladder, and in the oral cavity, that's in the mouth, we also have salivary glands. These are glands that will produce saliva. Okay, so we are going to look at how all these organs, the digestive tract and the accessory organs, they play in order to be able to break down the food substances into their simplest form. Now, this will now lead us to the general organization of the digestive tract. What is the general organization of the digestive tract? So the digestive tract, it has the same basic tissue arrangement, and starting from the space where the food is passing through, we call that space lumen. We call it lumen. So I will mention the space, the layers of the walls which are closest to the space, then beyond. So we have what we call the mucosa. We have the mucosa, which is made up of the lining epithelium and also basement membrane, lamina propria. So we have the mucosa. Then external to the mucosa, we have the submucosa. Submucosa, this is more of a connective tissue layer. Then even external to the submucosa, we have two muscle layers. First is a circular muscle. Then more external is the longitudinal muscle. Now, circular and the longitudinal muscle forms what we call muscularis propria. Muscularis. Then external to these muscles is the serosa. That is also another connective tissue layer. So when you take any part of the digestive tract and you want to look at the layers under the microscope, you should be able to see the mucosa. You will see the mucosa, the submucosa. You see the muscularis propria, and you also see the serosa. Okay. Then we also, one of the things that we want to let you know is that there is modification of the tract. We have modification of the tract. Okay, and sometimes there are some also defense mechanisms that also occurs along that. So these modifications are there in order to help the various parts of the digestive tract to achieve their functions. So for example, if you look at the esophagus, the esophagus has stratified squamous non-keratinizing epithelium so that as you are swallowing food, there is friction. It is adapted for friction. It's adapted for friction. Then also, even the digestive system, you know, the digestive system also receives food and which is coming from the external environment. So there are some defense mechanisms which is present in the wall so that it can fight against pathogens. So one group of them is some of they are usually lymphoid tissues, and some of them are associated with the mucosa, and others are associated with other parts of the layers. So we have what you call MOT. These are mucosa-associated lymphoid tissue, and a typical example is Peyer's patch, which is present in the ileum, which is a small intestine. Then we also have gut-associated lymphoid tissue. So another modification that we can even think about is the level of the stomach. The level of the stomach has even more muscular. The muscularis propria has 3 layers instead of 2. And this is supposed to help the stomach mix or grind the food effectively. So we'll take the different portions of the digestive tract and we'll give some information related to them. Okay, so first is to talk about the oral cavity. So the oral cavity will receives food from the external environment. It receives food from the external environment, and it is separated from the nasal cavity. It's separated from the nasal cavity by its roof. So above is the nasal cavity, and this is the nasal septum. Okay, so when you remove the nasal septum, then you see the concha. Okay, just some small digression. Permit me to digress more. Then, so you have the oral cavity, which is the mouth, and it is separated from the nasal cavity by the roof. The roof is what we call with the roof, the first part, the front part of the roof is what we call the hard palate, and the posterior part or the back part of the roof is what we call the soft palate. So we have the hard palate at the front and soft palate at the back. Okay. Yeah. So the soft palate contains a muscle called uvula. It contains a muscle called uvula. So the muscle which is here is what we call the uvula. In the mouth, there are structures which are there to aid digestion. So one of them is the teeth. We have also the salivary glands, and also have the tongue. We have the tongue. So this is also the teeth. Okay. So let's look at the teeth. So teeth are actually bone-like materials. They are bone-like materials, and they are uh, embedded in the bones of the upper jaw and the lower jaw. So with your maxilla and the mandible, there are some sockets or spaces or smaller wells within which the teeth is fitted. So the teeth are embedded in the bones of the upper and lower jaw. And the teeth and the jawbone, they form a joint. They form a joint called comphosis. I think we may have mentioned it in the uh, the lecture on the joint skeletal system. So the teeth and they form a joint called comphosis, and the teeth is firmly anchored to the jaw by some fibers called the periodontal fibers, and also we have a cement, a material called cement, which fixes the tooth. Now, the teeth is for mechanical digestion. So sometimes we use our teeth to shred. So shred is when you tear things into two. Chewing is when you, um, even a soft substance, you try to grind it. It's a form of grinding. Then crushing food, a bigger food substance when you want to, a hard substance, but you want to break it into smaller pieces. Okay, so that is what we say the tooth. Now, generally, the tooth of the mammal has three parts. There is a part of the tooth which is situated in the socket. We call it the root. And there is a part which is within the area of the gum. We call it the neck. Then there is a part that extends beyond the gum, which we call the crown. The crown. So we have crown, we have neck, and we have root. So root is within the socket or the bone. It's within the area of the gum. Then beyond the gum, you now have the crown. When we make a longitudinal cut, as it is done in this picture, you know, I will notice that if you look at the layers, we have the crown. You see that the outermost layer is what is very hard. We call it the enamel. That's the hardest. So enamel is the outer layer of the crown, and it is the hardest. Then deep to the enamel is a tissue, a living tissue called dentine. Dentine contains some living cells. Then deep to the dentine is what we call the pulp cavity. Pulp cavity. So nerves and blood vessels deliver the necessary nutrients and waste substances. So you have the nerves, you have blood vessels coming into this region. So you have the dentine, and we have the enamel, which is the outermost layer, you have the dentine, then you have the pulp cavity. Yes.
Please, the enamel, hardest substance in the body or the hardest substance of the tooth?
The enamel.
Yes.
Yeah, it's even the hardest substance of the body. It's harder than bone. Okay, but because we are restricted, the lecture is on the tooth. I mentioned that it's the hardest in the hardest part of the crown. Okay. Now in mammals, there are different forms. Our teeth are not the same. If you paid attention to the teeth of the reptiles and that of the birds, reptiles and fishes, you notice that the teeth are almost the same. So they have a teeth called homodont dentition. But in mammals, we have different shapes of the teeth. So we are referred to as heterodont dentition. So with the heterodont dentition, we have four types of teeth. We have the incisors, we have the canines, we have the molars, and we have the premolars. So the incisors are usually they are the front teeth. So and their edges are shaped like a chisel. It's shaped like a
We can't hear anything.
sorry for the
Yes.
interruption. Sorry, just give me another 2 minutes. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, please. Sorry. Let's continue. Okay, so we have mammals have different forms of teeth. Unlike if you look at the fish and the reptiles, they have the shape of the teeth are similar. Okay, so we are having what you call the heterodont dentition, whereas the fish and the reptiles, they have dentition. Okay, so in mammals, we have the incisors, we have the canines, we have the molars, and we have the premolars. So the incisors are the teeth which are usually found in the front of the mouth. We have the it's chisel in shape, and they are designed for biting, the cutting, and the stripping. Then, as you move towards the side, you find a pointed tooth. That's the canines. So they occur further back in the mouth, and they are sharply pointed and used for seizing, piercing, and tearing. And canines are well developed in like the animals that feed on flesh, like the tiger, the dogs, the cats. Whenever they open their jaw, and like you see that the sides, there are some pointed teeth. Those are the canines. Then when you move further back, we have teeth which are actually more massive, and these are the premolars and the molars, and they are at the back of the jaw behind the canines, and they are for grinding and crushing. Yeah, they have grinding and crushing. And usually these tooth they have, if you look at the picture of the tooth that I showed you, it is having just one root. And sometimes these molars and premolars is like a combination of two or three of these simple teeth. And therefore, these premolars and molars, they have um, like a tooth-like structure that has been meshed. That will form what you call cusp. Cusp is actually a broader surface for grinding. Okay, and these tooths have 2 or 3 roots. So this is like where we have the molars and premolars. They are adapted for slicing meat, like especially crushing bones. These these teeth are adapted for that. Now, another thing that we have to bear in mind is that usually there is a specific number of sets, a tooth set in these mammals. So depending on their mode of feeding, we have, for example, omnivore, carnivores, and herbivores. So these, for example, carnivores will feed on flesh, entirely flesh. Herbivores will feed on plants, but omnivores, they have a wide variety of meat, food. They can feed on plants and also feed on animals. Now, in these, they have a specific number and arrangement of the teeth. And this is what gives rise to what we call dental formula. So this, we usually express it in shorthand, and that is where the dental formula comes in. Dental formula is a shorthand method of expressing a mammal's dentition. So usually they would, it focuses on 1/2 of the teeth. So 1/2 of the set of teeth. Then when we finish, we multiply by 2. We as humans, for example, with the incisors, we have 2 up and 2. If we take the left, 2 up and 2 down. The C is for canines. When you move, you see that we have canines, 1 on top, 1 down. Then we have the premolars, which is 2 on top, 2 down. Then the molars, if you move further, is 3 above, 3 down. But when you look at the carnivores, their incisors are like 3. They have 3 up, 3 down, but their canines are also 1. The premolars, they have 4 and up and 4 down, and the molar, they have 2 up but 3 down. These are all suited to, the purpose of this is to suit them for the kind of meat, the kind of food that they take in. However, if you look at herbivores don't have incisors. The top incisor, they don't have it, but the lower one, they have 3. Usually, this where we have 0 is replaced by a pad, which they can bite against. Okay, the canines, they don't have canines. They have canines up. They only have canines downwards. Then the premolars, they have 3 up, 3 down. Molars, they have 3 up and 3 down. So the herbivores, you notice that they lack upper incisors and canines. That is in the upper set of teeth. So we'll look at briefly, we'll talk about this in detail. So the carnivores, so with the carnivores, we say that they have a carnivorous dentition. So the canines are small, they are peg-like and chisel, but they usually use that for seizing prey. So when they use that, they seize the prey. Okay, then their canines are quite long. They are conical and pointed, and they are curved slightly inwards. And they use it to hold the kill and tear flesh from the prey. Then we have the molars and the premolars. So usually the first lower molars, molars and the last upper premolars, they are well developed into carnaceous teeth. Carnaceous, so these teeth are able to slide past themselves. So they have smooth sides and sharp cusps and edges that run along the jawline, and they slide past each other and are used for scraping and slicing flesh from wounds. It's like the function is like using a knife to scrape meat from a flesh. That is how they are molars and premolars, the carnaceous teeth. So let's look at it again. The first lower molars, and the last upper premolars, and the last upper and the first upper premolars. So they have developed into the carnaceous teeth. So apart from them, the remaining molars have blunt cusp for crushing bones. So that is how the carnivore is. The dentition is shaped like. Then we also have the herbivorous. Okay, so what they do is that they have a hard horny pad against which the lower incisors bite, and canines also bite to crop the feed, the vegetation, the plant that they are taking. Then there is a large gap between the incisors and the cheek teeth. So there are no canines between the incisors and the cheek teeth, which we call the diastema. This enable their tongue to handle freshly cropped vegetation to keep it from what is being chewed. So when they take in food and they are chewing, the chewed food will be within this region. But if they bite another set which has not been chewed, they'll keep it in the diastema. Then one thing is that also the crowns of their premolars and molars are broad and flattened. They are broad and flattened, and they are very useful for grinding or crushing food substances. In the midst of the omnivores, they have mixed diets of both plant and animal food, but the teeth are not highly specialized. In us, we don't have a major specialized teeth. Okay, and this was described. I described the teeth in the first slide. Now the salivary glands. So in the mouth, we have salivary glands that will produce saliva, and the saliva will mix with the food that is being chewed using the teeth. And there are three major salivary glands in the mouth, though there are even smaller salivary glands. But we have three major salivary glands. One is found in the cheek. One is found in the cheek region, and we call it the parotid gland. Parotid gland. Then another is found below the tongue, and we call it the sublingual gland. Then another is found below the floor of the mouth, at the level of the floor of the mouth, we call it the submandibular. It's deep to the mandible. So we call it the submandibular salivary gland. So these are major glands that produces saliva. Okay. So the usually when the food is being chewed by the teeth, the saliva will be producing fluid to lubricate. So the chewing, which will wet the food. So the chewing and wetting action of
Hello,
the,
sir.
yes.
Um, Sorry, can you please give the site for these glands again? The parietic, the submandibular, and then the sublingual. Their site.
Okay. Okay, so the sites are actually in their name. Okay, so we have one which is aortic. It is near the ear. It's near the ear, and it lies at the front to the ear, and it is within the cheek region. Then we have below the tongue, that is sublingual. Lingual is tongue. So below the tongue, we have the sublingual gland. Then one is below the mandible, which is the submandibular gland. Submandibular gland. But beyond these three, there are also other salivary glands. Okay. Please, is it a little clear?
Yes, please.
Okay. Now yes.
Hello.
Yeah, please, I'm listening.
The submandibular salivary gland and then the sublingual salivary gland. The location, there seems to be some contradiction. It said one is under the tongue and then one is
below
so
the
where do we
mandible.
differentiate?
Okay.
Where do we differentiate the under the tongue and then below the mandible?
Okay, so when you lift your tongue, you notice that sometimes there will be some saliva that can spit out, accidentally come out. So that is that region. Okay, that is
the sub.
Okay, or the that is sublingual, the sublingual.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the
yeah, and the submandibular is you see when you hold your jaw, and you try to feel the under surface of the mouth. That is below your below that is the neck area. You know that the neck area, we have the when you move upwards, you have the floor of the mouth. So that region of the skin, yeah, that is this area is below the mandible. Okay, so within that area, you have the submandibular gland. What happens is that though the gland is situated there, the duct finds its way into the mouth. Please, is it a little okay?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so when the salivary gland secrete the saliva, and the teeth also grind, the tongue will be rolling the food. You end up having a ball of food called a bolus of food. Okay, and that is swallowed. What are the components of the saliva? So we have one of the components to be mucus, which contains water, and it also moistens food. Mucus is alkaline, so it serves as a buffer of, for the pH of the food. There are some antibodies. There are some molecules that fight bacteria, so they are antibacterial, and they are lysozymes or immunoglobulins. There is also water to moisten the food. Then, interesting for digestion, there are enzymes to break down the food macromolecules. So we have the amylase, which converts starch to disaccharide. Then we have the lipase, which breaks down fat components in the food. So Amylase is an enzyme that converts starch. Starch is a macro molecule. It needs to be broken down to its simpler form. Like starch is polysaccharide, but when it acts on the amylase acts on the starch, it breaks it down to disaccharides. Then we have lipase coming from the tongue.
Doc, doc.
Yes,
So if one says that it breaks starch into maltose, is the person right?
yes. Maltose is a disaccharide. It's a disaccharide.
All right, doc.
Mhm. Then we have lipase, which breaks down fat components in the food. Please let me add maltose so that okay. So lipase is also present in the saliva and it breaks down fat components also in the food. Then in the mouth, we have the tongue, which is a muscular organ, and the tongue is attaches to the mandible. It has different sources, places of attachment. So one is, for example, the mandible, another is the hyoid bone, another is the temporal bone or the stylo process of the temporal bone. And all these muscles, they will converge and it would into a structure called the tongue. And the tongue lies on the floor of the oral cavity. Usually the tongue will roll the food which is being chewed into the mass called the bolus. And the tongue also helps us in swallowing because it's when the tongue is raised, then it will push the food, the bolus backwards into the throat. Okay, so having talked about the mouth, we now look at the esophagus. So the esophagus is a tubular organ which connects the throat, the pharynx, to the stomach. So, and it serves as a passageway of swallowed food to the stomach. The internal lining is the epithelium is the stratified squamous non-keratinizing epithelium, and this helps it to adapt to friction. I think the other thing that I will mention about the esophagus is the fact that especially for us humans, the esophagus is made up of.
Sir, I can see the slide. You stop selling.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Please, can you see now?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay. One thing about the esophagus is that for us humans, the the esophagus can be divided into three. Usually the upper one third, the muscularis propria, is made up of skeletal muscles. Then the middle one third is made up of skeletal and smooth. But the lower one third, which is closer to the stomach, is made up of entirely smooth muscles. So when you are swallowing food, immediately the food gets into you swallow. You notice that you are able to bring out the food. This is because the area of the esophagus is the skeletal. Then you swallow. If it goes down a little deep, what you will struggle to bring it out. But it's also having some skeletal and smooth muscles there. That region is mixed, but the lower one third is entirely smooth. And when you swallow food, no matter how difficult it is, when it gets there, automatically it continues into the stomach. So the stomach is a muscular sac. It's for storage and for digestion. Okay. So usually in the stomach, mechanical digestion occurs due to the churning action of the stomach walls. They press against one another. Okay. And also protein digestion starts in the stomach. When it comes to mammals, generally the stomach is of two types. We have a single chambered stomach and we have a multi-chambered stomach.
Yeah.
And, yes.
I saw protein digestion start in the mouth on the slide. That's why it has
In
been
the
written.
stomach. In the stomach or in the mouth?
It was on the mouth.
No.
What I saw it start digesting in the mouth.
Where? Protein digestion starts in the mouth.
That is what I
No,
saw.
then on the slide.
Yes.
No.
Where?
On the side, in the stomach. Here, protein
Yeah,
digestion
look
starts
at
in the stomach.
okay, stomach.
With the
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So we have for mammals the stomach can be made up of one compartment, or sometimes some of them they have four compartments. So this is a typical example of a one-chamber stomach, but we have four in the case of this animal. Okay. So most of the times we humans and other, if a mammal has one chamber stomach, we call it a monogastric animal. But if it is multigastric, but a typical example is ruminants, those which usually feed on the herbs. So since we want to just talk briefly on the ruminant stomach, and the ruminant, the four-chamber stomach, they are the rumen, then we have the reticulum, we have the omasum and abomasum. So we have the rumen, we have the reticulum, omasum and abomasum. Usually in these animals, during feeding, the grass that they will chew will pass through the esophagus and go to the rumen, and it is digested by microorganisms. Then it forms like small balls and it comes in the form of cut, and these will be returned to the mouth. Okay, so when it comes to the mouth, that is when these herbivores are resting at its leisure, the ruminant would return the cud to the mouth, and the cud is deliberately chewed to break down the fiber. Okay, so the rumen actually contain a lot of microorganisms, and they will break down, like we know, like plant products like cellulose, and they can even ferment it. Okay. So then abomasum is the true stomach, and it is equivalent to the monogastric stomach chamber, where gastric juices are secreted. So the abomasum is synonymous. Okay, so now after chewing the cud, the food. Hello. Okay, so after chewing the cud, the food is returns to the omasum. It goes straight to the omasum, then it goes to the abomasum. So you have rumen to rumen, and it's changed to it's brought back into the mouth for chewing, and straight after chewing, it doesn't go to the rumen. It doesn't go to the rumen, so it goes to reticulum, the omasum, then abomasum, so that it can gastric the enzymes, the processes that occur in also humans would occur during within the abomasum. Okay. When it comes to the monogastric, please, any question?
Yes, doc. A little confusion about the fact that when the food is chewed in the mouth, re-chewed, it go back to the reticulum. I mean, what is the mechanism they use? Because when the food is from the mouth, I think it should go back to the first chamber. So why is it that when they bring it out, it is able to go to the reticulum without going to the first chamber?
Um, okay, and this we have to ask. I have been a human. I've rather worked with humans. I have to find out from those who work on the mammals, the zoology. So I have to find out. Okay. Is there anyone who has answer to that? Like if you have read it
So please, the
somewhere.
question is, please, the question is,
He's
the
asking
question is,
the food, the herbivores, the ruminants. So when they chew the cud, they chew the food, the grass, it goes to the rumen. And later, the microbes will also work on it in the rumen. Then later, at this later time, the food comes to the mouth. Then I added that when this has been chewed, it doesn't go to the rumen, it goes straight to the reticulum, then the omasum, then abomasum. He's asking the mechanism that underlying this. But another thing is that even before someone comes in, you see, nature has a way of not wasting energy. So that if you have already chewed it and it has gone to the rumen, the rumen has finished performing its function. Then if you pass the food back to the rumen, it's not going to, it's in a way, it may utilize more energy. And therefore, they'll pass it straight to the reticulum to continue its work. Reticulum then to the omasum and abomasum. That is my opinion on some of these things. But please, if anyone knows the mechanism, you can share with us.
Sir,
Yes.
if those ruminants are eating, the first
Yes.
stomach, that is the rumen, it has to be full before they will stop catching other leaves. If the rumen is full, they find somewhere to lie themselves and bring the unchewed food back to the mouth and regurgitate. After chewing, it goes straight to the reticulum.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, if it goes to the rumen, already rumen has performed. So the rumen is filled, right? They fill the rumen.
Yes.
So if you bring it back to the rumen, it's like you want to overfill it. So therefore, it's better to go straight to the reticulum.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Just like Amponsa said, I think from JHS we're all told that ruminants have four chamber stomach. First have
Okay.
the rumen, the reticulum, omasum, then abomasum.
Okay.
So the rumen, that is the first chamber. So when they are grazing, they pick all the herbs, and then as the man said, it gets stored, it gets expanded, and get full. Along the
Okay.
line, enzymes also act on it to help break down the cellulose in course of it. So when it lies down, maybe after they have grazed for
The table.
a while, and then they go and lie under trees. Then they aggregate, bring the food that they have stored in the rumen. Then they start breaking it down further. So from the rumen, it moves to the reticulum. From the reticulum, it gets the omasum. Then finally, it ends up at the abomasum. So that is some of the mechanics that we learned from JHS level, which still stick in our head. So the rumen stores the food in large quantities. Then later it reaggregates it, breaks it down small, small, small. So they begin to graze again when the rumen is a little bit when it is almost empty. Then they start with the grazing, and then the process continues. That is what I know from my JHS lessons, though.
Okay. Please, thank you. Any other comments?
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. Sir.
Yes.
I think
My question is not. The question I asked is, you see, once you put the food into the mouth, once they put the food into the mouth, it goes to the rumen, right? So that one I understand perfectly. But the what I'm asking is, you see, they go to a quiet place, sit down, and then reach you. So that is where my question is. Why is it that after the retrieving, how is he able to move? Through which organelle is he able to go straight to the reticulum? Because it's like a link, one link to the other. From the rumen, then you get to the reticulum in the order. So why is he not going back to the rumen first, which is the first chamber, but rather jump that protocol to the reticulum? That's the question I asked.
Hello, sir.
sir,
Okay, so let me come in here. Just as humans being, when we eat, the food goes straight to the stomach, and then digestion starts from there. So from the stomach, we all know that it moves to the small intestines or the large intestine. Then finally, digestion ends up within the small intestine where final absorption takes place. So within the rumen, that is where the food is stored. So the mechanism for that one, I wouldn't be, but my little knowledge will tell me that that is where it is coming from. So why should it go back there? Why there's other chambers that it needs to move through before it ends at, let's say, as a fecal waste that it comes out. So from where it comes from, it moved to the next chamber. That is my understanding, because with the mechanism, I believe it's kind of work for us also to go and find out what mechanism takes place that from the rumen, it doesn't come back to the rumen, but it moves to the other chambers before it finally exits out. And my simple common sense is telling me that that is where you are coming from. So what are you going to do there again? Why don't you move to the next process or the next day for final digestion to take place in there?
Okay.
sir.
Yes.
Sir,
Hello,
Hello,
that is
sir.
how nature has made. That is how nature has made it. Only on chew food go to the rumen.
Yes.
Only don't chew
It's
food
just
go
like
to the women.
What do you say? That's where it's coming.
we human beings, when we are eating, the food passes the airwaves, and where we breathe, you see that there will be a choking. It will choke you, and you start coughing. So that, I think nature has made it such that after chewing the card, it will not return to the rumen again, but it will go to the reticulum. So
Only
that
on
is
chew
how
one.
Okay. I think we can. These are information that we are all sharing, but maybe we need. There will be some additional information which
Hello,
will require
Doc.
us to. Yes.
Hey, Doc, sorry. Please, what they are saying is that we all know when the animal goes out to graze, the animal is in a hurry to acquire bulk of food, and these are kept temporarily in the rumen. And then when the animal comes and lie down, as our brother was saying, that there is a mechanoreceptors. There are some receptors in the rumen and also in the reticulum, which triggers when bacteria also act on them, and then signal signs that the food is not properly chewed, which can initiate digestion. So the food needs to be brought back to the rumen, that is the regurgitation, before it is remasticated or rechewed. When the
Okay.
food, the grasses are well fine enough for digestion, then it goes back to the true stomach for the rest to follow. That's what I know.
Okay. Okay. I think I've also gotten another information where when they chew the cud becomes heavier than the grass. So during the swallowing, the heavier material, which is the cud, the digested cud, it falls into the reticulum, whereas the lighter materials continue to pass into the rumen. So as the cud falls into the reticulum, then it continues into the omasum and abomasum. That is an additional information that I will add. Oh, it's okay. Label it, okay. So I don't know whether that also additional information also helps to clarify stuff. Yeah, hello.
Yes, Doc. Please, let's move
Yeah,
on.
so immediately it chews a cud, it regurgitates it and chew it. It becomes denser. It's like we have chewed food, then we get the bolus. The bolus will be heavier. So during the swallowing, okay, during the swallowing, instead of the heavy food, or rather falls into the reticulum, it doesn't flow into the rumen. So you look at the rumen, you see that the reticulum is quite close to the esophagus. So the swallowed food, if it is heavier, it becomes dense and heavier. So it will rather fall into the reticulum. Then the reticulum, from the reticulum, it flows to the omasum, then the abomasum. So the additional information I'm bringing is the density. After chewing the cud, it becomes heavier. So when you are swallowing, instead of going to the rumen, the heavier ones will fall into the reticulum. I think we can keep on reading about it so that we'll get more information. Okay, so let's look at the monogastric stomach. So with the monogastric stomach, it has parts. So this is the stomach, and that is the esophagus, and it has a cardiac region. That is the parts of the stomach that receives the esophagus, the cardiac region. Then it has a fundus. Fundus is a part of the stomach that extends above the insertion of the esophagus. So where the esophagus attaches to the stomach, when you draw an imaginary line, all the parts of the stomach that extends above that line is the fundus. Then we have the pylorus. Pylorus is the inferior part of the stomach, the funnel-shaped part of the stomach that leads into the small intestine. So that is the pylorus. So between the pylorus and the fundus and the cardiac, all those regions will be the body. Okay. Now, when we make a cut through the stomach to see the inner structures, you'll notice that the inner structures are folded. They are thrown into folds of the gastric mucosa is thrown into folds, and each fold is called the rugae. The rugae. And this increases the surface area for digestion. In terms of the gastric mucosa, when we even look at the detailed structure, what happens is that the present in the gastric mucosa or deep to the gastric mucosa are some glands called the gastric glands, and these gastric glands open to the surface of the gastric mucosa, and these pits openings are what we call the gastric pits. Gastric pits. The glands have the glandular epithelium. It maintains its connection with the surface epithelium. So as in a form of duct. So you have the glands, which is extending a little bit deep within the mucosa, though it is still in the submucosa, but the duct will still open will lead into the surface, and the epithelium lining the duct is still continuous with the covering epithelium. Okay, now these glands produce a juice called the gastric juice, and it contains water, hydrochloric acid, mucus, and enzymes. The enzymes which come from the glands include like pepsin. It's like pepsin and renin. Pepsin and renin are the major enzymes, but you can also have amylase and lipase coming from these, being secreted by these glands. So I want us to look at the cells which are present in these glands. Yes.
Doc, please, is the amylase in the stomach, is it also activated to its work?
Yeah, so if it secretes amylase usually get best in a basic medium.
That's the reason why, because you said we have hydrochloric acid in the stomach. So if that is the case, then it means it will be inactive in the stomach.
Inactive in the stomach. Yes, in a basic medium. Okay. Thank you for the question. So let's go through the cells which are present in the glands, and we'll link the cells with their secretion. So in the gastric glands, we have some group of cells called the parietal cells or the oxyntic cells, and they secrete the hydrochloric acid. They secrete hydrochloric acid. Usually the hydrogen ions and the chloride ions are secreted separately. And when they come into the lumen, they mix and produce the hydrochloric acid. They don't secrete HCl in totality. They come out separately. So the parietal cell will secrete H+, then it will secrete Cl-, and they will mix and form hydrochloric acid in the lumen of the stomach. Okay, so the hydrochloric acid and the water form a dilute solution, and it gives the gastric juice a pH of around 2.0, which is acidic. And the acidic nature kills the bacteria which was present in the food, and also it also activates the protein digesting enzymes, which are we call them proteases. Okay. We also have some in the gastric glands. We have some mucous cells. We have mucous cells in the gastric glands, and they produce mucus. The mucus will cover the surface of the gastric mucosa, because when the enzymes are digesting and they make in contact with the tissues, it is going to also digest the tissues. So the mucous cells will cover the surface of the. So you have the mucous cells, which will secrete mucus. That's like the phlegm, which will cover the surface of the stomach, so that the digesting enzymes will not digest the tissue. These mucous cells, it is noted that in a particular microbial infection like the Helicobacter pylori, the Helicobacter pylori finds a way to make that protective layer inactive. So the enzymes will start digesting the mucosa of the stomach, and that is the underlying cause for ulcer. Okay. Then also in the gastric glands are chief cells. Chief cells secrete the protein digesting enzymes called pepsinogen. So now pepsinogen is inactive. When you hear anything ogen, it means that it's inactive. Pepsinogen is when it gets into the lumen, in the presence of acid, the pepsinogen is converted to pepsin, and pepsin is able to break down proteins into polypeptides. Then we also have another set of cells called the gene cells. Gene cells are usually enteroendocrine cells.
Doc,
Yes.
before you move on, is there any difference between the peptides and then polypeptides?
Yes. So peptides, you need to join a number of peptides to get polypeptides. Poly, that is many peptides. Peptides should just be, peptides is formed by a reaction between two amino acids. So two amino acids would give you a peptide. But when you have formed a peptide and you want it's connected to another peptide, that is more of a polypeptide. Please, is it a little clear?
Okay, so is it right to say that it convert protein to peptides and polypeptides, or only polypeptides?
Oh, it's a mixture. It's a mixture. So you can have peptides and polypeptides because there are situations that you may not take too complex a protein. You may just take a peptide. So it can break it down to peptides and polypeptides. It's better that way.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay. So we have some enteroendocrine cells. A typical example is the gene cells. They secrete hormones. They will secrete hormones into the bloodstream. Then, through circulation, they are going to come and act on some specific cells, like they will act on the parietal cell, so that they can secrete more hydrochloric acid. Okay, so the gene cells are also another form of enteroendocrine cells.
Hello, Doc.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please, the explanation for the ulcer, how it is caused, I didn't get it. Could you please help me out?
Okay, so what I said is that the mucous cells, they produce mucus. They produce mucus, and the mucus usually will form a film above the gastric mucosa, and that protects the gastric mucosa from being digested by enzymes, by the digestive enzymes. Okay, so the digestive enzymes, um, so that should be the normal thing. But I'm saying that sometimes we have some bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. They find a way. They usually reside within the between the mucus and the gastric mucosa, the tissue, and renders the mucus ineffective. So when it renders it ineffective, then the enzymes, digestive enzymes, will now make contact with the gastric mucosa and be digesting the gastric mucosa, and that is that's the basis for ulcer. Is it clear? Is it
Yes, please. Yeah. Yes,
okay?
please.
So
Yes. Okay. Now, what is
does
the
eating
result
of
of digestion in the stomach?
Doc,
So after the
hello.
food has been mixed, yes.
Please, I was asking, is it true that if one takes acidic fruits, especially orange, on empty stomach, it can also lead to the development of ulcer?
That one, I wouldn't commit. I need to check it. Let me, I have to check it. I need to check it. It may be, I know they usually will tell you that, for example, when you fast, after the fasting, don't take in acidic fruits. Yeah. So, but as to how, to the extent to which it is true, I have to check it. I know there is this form of association, but I cannot validate that information. So let's see and check it. Okay. So after the stomach will have. I mentioned that the stomach has a thick muscle wall, and it will be mixing the food and the gastric juice. The gastric gland will secrete gastric juice, and the gastric juice will be mixing with the food. At the end of the day, you have what we call chyme. Chyme is a creamy fluid which is formed when food is thoroughly changed and mixed with the gastric juice. Okay, by periodic contractions of the stomach wall. So now the stomach releases the gastric juice to the the chyme to the small intestine in bits, and it can extend over a period of 3 to 4 hours. So they will tell you that when you eat, after 4 hours, you are sure that the stomach is empty of the food that you ate. Your stomach should be emptied of the food that you ate. Okay. Now when the food is going from the stomach to to small intestine, there is a valve. It's a sphincter that regulates the movement of the chyme to the small intestine. The release of the movement of the chyme from the stomach to the small intestine. And the name of the sphincter is, we call it the gastroduodenal sphincter or pyloric sphincter. Gastroduodenal sphincter or the pyloric sphincter. Okay. Then, so let's look at the small intestine. So what happens? So with the small intestine is made up of 3 portions. The first portion of the small intestine, we call it the duodenum. That's the duodenum. Then the middle portion we call the jejunum. Then we have the remaining portions, that's the ileum. So pay attention to the spelling of the ileum. Last week I presented another word that is ILIUM. This is ILEUM. Okay. So the duodenum is the first part that receives food from the stomach, and the ileum is the last part, and that will send the food to the large intestine. Okay. The small intestine is an interesting place, so let's see how it goes. So one thing about the small intestine is that it receives secretions from the liver, from the pancreas, and also from the gallbladder. The small intestine, specifically the first part, which is the duodenum, receives secretions from these 3 organs, and these are accessory organs of digestion. Okay, so from the liver and the gallbladder, they will end up in a duct. Their secretions end up in a duct called the bile duct, or someone would say common bile duct. They are the same. Okay. Then the duct from the pancreas is the pancreatic duct. Now, it will interest you that the bile duct and the pancreatic duct, they join, and they all enter as a specific part of the duodenum. And that part, we call it the second part of the duodenum. The duodenum has 4 parts, but the bile duct and the pancreatic duct, after they have merged, the common duct empties a drain into the duodenum at the second part. Okay, the bile duct will transport bile, which was synthesized by the liver, and it was temporarily stored by the gallbladder. Okay, the liver continuously produces bile. So during digestion, we have the bile will move from the liver to the duodenum. Okay. Then, if there is excess bile, it is stored in the gallbladder so that during the next digestion, the next need, this will be released into the bile duct to go to the duodenum. Then the pancreas produces what we call pancreatic juice. The pancreas produces pancreatic juice, which will also be delivered into the small intestine. Okay. Now, with mammals such as rats and mice, they do not have gallbladders. So, when you are doing digestion, dissection, and you are looking for the gallbladder from these animals, you are looking at the wrong specimen. So please note that mammals like the rat, the rodents, rats and mice don't have gallbladders. So in case you are going to do an experiment and you want them to see gallbladder, it's better to go for the non-rodents like the rabbit or the guinea fowl. Those are better. Okay. So the small intestine, when we look at the small intestine, the inner layer is also thrown into folds. Okay, the small intestine is adapted. The surface area of the internal aspect is increased by a number of factors. So one thing is that if you look at the mucosa and the submucosa, they are folded. They are folded and they form a particular kind of fold, which can sometimes run like in a circle along the entire width. So we call them the circular folds. So there are a number of these folds. Okay, so it's like the submucosa penetrates into the mucosa to form a fold, and they run along they run crosswise on the small intestine. We call them the circular folds. And the technical name is plicae secularis. Plicae secularis. Then also, if you take the mucosa, when we look at under the microscope, we notice that the mucosa is even thrown into folds. It appears as folds, like hills. And each fold is what we call the villus. Villus. So these finger-like projections or folds are what you call the villus. Then it will interest you to know that even on the cells, the various cells that have been arranged on the various cells that have been arranged along the villus, those are the enterocytes. Okay. Also at their apical end, they have a brush border. They have they are epithelial cells, and they have some modifications, apical modifications in the form of microvilli. So you have microvilli all at the apical end, and it is so nice that it forms like a brush border. So if you look at this picture, let me enlarge this picture for us. If you look at this picture, you notice that though these are the cells, but at their apical end, you see some lines. And this is what we call the brush, the microvilli, and they form the brush border. So these three features increases the small intestines. It gives the small intestine a large surface area for digestion and absorption to occur. Okay, so first is the circular folds. Then we have the mucosa thrown into villi, which are these finger-like projections, the villi. Then even on the enterocytes, which have been arranged along the villi, they also possess microvilli. And this increases the surface area of the small intestine. Also, sometimes the small intestine also have some glands which can help in digestion. So one of them is some single glands which occur among the enterocytes. They are goblet cells. They are mucous cells, specifically the goblet cells. So they would eject mucus onto the surface of the intestines. Then even in the duodenum, in the submucosa, there's some specialized glands called the Brunner's glands. They also secrete a large amount of mucus when chyme arrives at the stomach. Okay. Now, the purpose of the mucus is that the mucus will protect the epithelium from the acidity of the chyme, and the mucus also contains bicarbonate ions that will help raise the pH of the chyme. Please, any question? Okay. So I hope the time is not. Let's look at the chemical digestion that occurs in the small intestine. And these are facilitated by contents of the pancreatic secretion. That's the pancreatic juice. Then we have the brush border secretions. I told you about the brush border secretions. Okay. Then we also have bile. So let's look at how these three work in order to um, facilitate chemical digestion in the stomach. So when we talk about the pancreatic juice first it's bicarbonate. It has a bicarbonate component, which just like the mucus is supposed to neutralize the acid. Okay. Also, the pancreatic juice contains inactive enzymes called zymogens. We usually call them zymogens. These enzymes act on proteins, so they are inactive proteases. They are, we have trypsinogen, we have chymotrypsin, we have the procarboxypeptidase, and these proteases will break down proteins and polypeptides into smaller form amino acids. Okay. Now this is what happens when the trypsinogen arrives in the duodenum. The trypsinogen will be activated into trypsin. It's activated into from trypsinogen to trypsin by the enzymes from the enterocytes, the microvilli of the enterocyte, the brush border. There is a brush border enzyme called enterokinase. So the enterokinase will convert the trypsinogen to trypsin. Then trypsin will then activate the remaining zymogens into their, or to activate them. So trypsin will convert chymotrypsinogen to chymotrypsin, pro carboxypeptidase to carboxypeptidase. Then these proteases will act on them to amino acids. Point is that enterokinase is secreted by the enterocytes. It's a brush border enzyme, and I wish we can remember that part.
So doc,
Yes,
so is there any need for
please, I'm
the
listening.
is there any need for the protease in the stomach to convert protein into peptide, since the proteins, when they get the small intestine, that is the ileum, they'll be converted again?
Well, one thing about in our body, there will be a need because we have to now look at how these proteins are they. We have about 20 amino acids. We have
Yes.
several amino acids. So when you take a protein, there are different amino acids combination. So we will need multiple enzymes. So that we have to first look at which part of which specific peptide bonds will a particular amino acid break. Okay, so if before we may conclude that maybe there is no need for pepsin or renin in the stomach, or yeah, pepsin in the stomach, we should look at which amino acid bonds, the peptide bonds, does it break? Okay, in the stomach, that in the small intestine, do those proteases, do they attack, do they also break down those specific bonds? If they break down those specific bonds, then in that case, there wouldn't be that need. Okay, but another part of our body function is such that they don't want abrupt processes. There is always this kind of gradual, you see, there's this kind of gradual transition. Other than that, we have situations where some people are lactose intolerant. When you take in milk, milk is known to contain lactose. So you take in lactose, but lactose, for example, renin is supposed to act on lactose and break it down. But we have situations where the individual's body cannot break down the lactose, and it goes down the small intestine, and for whatever reason, it is not broken down. And one thing about lactose is that it can attract water to itself, so you end up having diarrhea. Okay, so for me, I'm of the opinion that though I have to look at the specific activities of these enzymes, I'm of the opinion that because of the different amino acid combination, so far as peptide bonds formation is concerned, we should first look at which specific bonds would the pepsin target, which specific bonds would the trypsin target, which specific bonds would the other peptides also target. Okay, other than that, the body will also want to do things in a gradual process so that the thing can be perfect. I don't know whether my explanation is something that is okay for
It's
you.
well it's well explained, but I was looking forward not to seeing again protein in the in the ileum, since it has some enzymes has already started the process. So I was thinking that maybe by the time, since you said it's gradual, by the time it will get to the ileum, then it will have been converted to polypeptides and peptides, so that these enzymes will now bring it to their final product, that is the amino acid, to be absorbed.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
because that we still have some protein again in the ileum. That is the reason why I asked the question.
Oh, okay. Another thing is that now this, what is demonstrated on the slide occurs in the duodenum, the first part of the stomach, the first part of the small intestine.
Okay, then that is fine. That's fine.
That's the first part of the small intestine, which is the duodenum. Maybe I should, so this is the duodenum. Let me add it so that it will enhance our understanding.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay, I will work on it and send you. Okay, so that is the duodenum. Okay, okay. Then we have also the pancreatic juice also have other enzymes. So like the amylase, the lipase, ribonuclease, and deoxyribonuclease. And all these will target the specific macromolecules and break them down to their simplest form. Then we also have the bicarbonate ions, and this is in the pancreatic juice. It creates the appropriate pH for the things to work, for the enzymes to work. And it is also part of the pancreatic juice. This will neutralize the acid from the stomach and create optimum pH for the enzymes to function. Okay. Then when it comes to the branch border enzymes, some are involved in carbohydrate digestion, and not some are also involved in the protein digestion, like the carbohydrate digestion. They have some branch border enzymes like maltase, if you can see from the board. So you have maltase, we have dextrinase, glucoamylase. We have a number of these enzymes, and they are going to act and break down um, this complex carbohydrate to glucose. Okay, so they will act on. Um, then we also have these branch border enzymes like the carboxypeptidase, the amino peptidase. You know, when we say carboxypeptidase, amino acids has an amino end and a carboxylic end. So the carboxypeptidase will cleave the peptide bonds at where we have the acid, Then the amino peptidase will cleave it at close to the amino end, because the peptide bond is formed by the amine and the carboxylic. Okay. Then we have the dipeptidase, which is going to break them down and break in between. So these branch border enzymes also um, play a role in breaking down the food substances into their simplest form. I'll comment on the bile, and I don't know whether it's possible for the class to give me maybe it should be about 30 minutes for me to finish the slide. Maybe, I don't know, Sunday, whether the class can give me 30 minutes to finish it, or any part or any time in the week. Okay. I'll comment on the bile. The bile emulsifies fat to facilitate the solubility of fat in the aqueous medium. Okay, so you know that fat and water don't mix, they are immiscible. So what the bile does is that it's like a detergent, like the Omo, the washing powder we use in our homes. So when you have oil staining in your attire, you put it in a detergent. The detergent is going to mix with the fat, so that it emulsifies it and allows the fat to dissolve in water. And in that case, as it's dissolving in water, it will leave the shirt. Similarly, the enzymes which are supposed to digest fat, they are in the water solution, but the fat itself doesn't mix with water, and therefore bile is necessary to mix them. It makes them so that they can mix with absolutely water, so that the enzymes, the lipase will be able to act on these enzymes and break them to free fatty acids and glycerol. Break them into
So
free fatty acids
it
and
means
glycerol.
the bar itself is not an enzyme, right?
No, the bile it's made up of salts. It's made up of salts. So bile is not an enzyme. It's made up of salts. And these salts, when they get into solution, they will interact with the fat and make sure that it makes the fat now miscible with water. Then the enzymes, which is the lipase will now act on the fat and break them down to the fatty acids, free fatty acids, and glycerol. Please, is it clear?
Yeah, yes, doc.
Okay, so I think it's 4 o'clock, and so that we don't inconvenience other people. Mr. Ajiman, I don't know whether you would discuss with your class and see if
Dog,
Maybe
dog, we can take
tomorrow.
what we had last week.
Okay. Last week, what time did we even meet?
I think we met 6 o'clock or 6:30 or so on
No.
Thursday.
Oh, I think tomorrow is enough. So tomorrow, the last time, was it 12 o'clock?
No, tomorrow there's class in the morning that ends at 11:30 or so.
But I think we met in the afternoon.
Yes.
We met because we didn't have lectures in the morning, did we?
We had lectures in the morning.
Yeah.
No. Last week we didn't get this lecture, so it was shifted to the next day.
Last week
Mammalian,
Yeah.
we had lectures on Sunday. Sunday we had lectures, and then in the afternoon,
yes,
doctor came around for one or
yes.
so.
He was
Yes. So that's
asking
why I'm
whether
saying that time is available. Then I will use that to complete this lesson.
All right, sir.
But I don't know. I don't remember the time. Was it 12 or was it 1?
I think it was one because we ended the
So,
first class. We ended with Dr. Sando at 11 o'clock. So we gave ourselves 2 hours and then we came back 1. And then we used
Okay.
almost 1 hour, 30 minutes or so.
Okay. So if I can get it would an extra 30 minutes should be fine.
All right, sir.
So that 1 p.m. to 1.5. I'm sure by now a lot of you are saturated, especially
then
with the
let's
small.
continue and finish.
More than.
You prefer we
Yes,
More
please.
than.
Let's continue and finish. We'll have tomorrow.
Usually the finishing is not the problem, but the absorption is the issue.
Exhausted, please.
Yeah, the finishing is not a
Okay,
problem, but the
please, we
absorption
are
is the
we are we
problem.
are exhausted.
Let's
Please,
make it
can you
tomorrow.
make it? Let's make it
Yes,
tomorrow.
yes,
You get it?
we have to do it.
No, you go upstairs tomorrow. So you get it.
I
We are the
support
same
Let's
tomorrow. Dog,
tomorrow.
keep it.
we are
And
the
the
Let's
same
do it
absorption
tomorrow.
tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. One. Since it is 30 minutes, let's do it that way. Since it is 30 minutes, so tomorrow let's do it that way.
dog, you say you update and send it to us with the slides, the 2, and then the questions.
I think dog has left too.
So we'll come tomorrow morning in the afternoon too. Then Monday will continue. Tuesday, somebody will also be there. Wednesday, somebody will be there. So that we throughout the week, what day do we have to ourselves so that we'll get time to do 1 or 2 things? So when we meet, then we complete
Sister,
whatever.
say it again. This course there. We are taking all our
Julie,
time.
it's not always about finishing. No. See, we started at around
You
11
say
and it's
30
now
minutes.
4.
No,
Are you
if you don't
absorbing
absorb, at
something?
least you write it down.
But I mean, we are tired.
Tomorrow, the whole day.
For
Then
continuation,
Monday,
we can't continue because we are tired.
Wednesday, Thursday, and then before you even Thursday class lessons, I didn't hear. So throughout the week, within 30 minutes, it's a lesson. Then so if your phone is not with you, then the lecture you miss it. This thing that is going on.
But that's why you are informed. So you should always be by your phone.
You
Always
should
be by
always
your phone,
so
Auntie
are
Julie.
we to be
Always be by your
and
phone.
you have
Whatever you are doing, but be by your phone. Aye, we are tired since morning. Yeah, bread.
We can't continue. Me myself, I can't continue. Hey,
we can't continue, but then tomorrow, the one is enough. We said it's a weekend something. Before you realize Monday lesson, Tuesday lesson, Wednesday lecture.
That's how it's going to be.
Or throughout the week. Why?
Why?
Usually when we are tired, we shouldn't talk. When you are teaching the children and they are tired, what do they absorb? What do they get again? It's our nothing. So if you are tired, please let's continue tomorrow. That's it.
Okay. This issue that nobody should complain. Online lecture, that is how it goes. So we should prepare for it. Even told you earlier on that the 16 weeks course, you are using only 4 weeks, so you really have to fasten your bed. That's how it's going to be. My small, me can't be better is uniform Libya. I'm a lemon moshi. The baby young one, the good amount day. I'm out of course, I'm out of form. More about that.
Victor, yeah, that's it. Aye.
This is adult learning. Sometimes we should let them know because they will fix the time at the time that will suit them. So we have to sit down with them. Then Monday they will come. Monday you go to work. Some of us, though we are on holidays, but we are not on holidays like that. You go for this teaching practice, you come before you realize in the evening you have lectures. Meanwhile, you think that you have the week to yourself. So we have to sit down and plan with them so that sometimes we also have time. Now, the Monday that you have time to rest, or the Tuesday, Wednesday, when do you get time to study the notes that they are giving you? I can't remember.